Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Citizen Ray, would you take your seat? Thank you. I'd like to welcome you all tonight to the February 24th February 14th, I'm sorry, I looked over here. It sure does when you're having fun. Meeting of the Planning Commission. We are here tonight. We are appointed by the Town Council for all of you to know, and we base all of our decisions on town policies and land and zoning ordinances and land, and it's all about land use law. I'm telling you this, my notes I left at home, but I wanted to introduce you to my planning commissioners who I really applaud and appreciate tonight for being here with us on Valentine's Day instead of with maybe the other people they would have chosen to be with. And to my left is Michael Kane, he's the vice chairman, Mariko Sayoc, Stephen Rice, John Bourgeois, and Phil Machichi. Thank you for being here, and that's the way we take roll as well. I would like to call for approval of minutes. And with that, with the desk item, would you notice, please, there's an amendment, please, to January 24th. Yes.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner.
I'll second.
Okay, and seconded by Commissioner Rice. Thank you very much. Okay, we have to, excuse me, I just found my notes. I'd like to have a vote on that, please. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 6-1. Oh, no, we're absent one commissioner tonight, Mr. Commissioner O'Donnell. That's right. Okay. Anyway, let's see. We do have some procedures to our meetings, and I'd like to just go over them with you right now before we start. And that is, if you do have a cell phone with you, if you would please silence that in any way that you can. And then if you do choose to speak tonight, if you would fill out the gray cards that are behind the chairs that you're sitting on, that would be great. And when you come to the podium, if you are the applicant, you will have 5 minutes to speak, and then you'll have a rebuttal after the public hearing. Then, if you are here to speak on a subject, you will have 3 minutes. When you are at the podium, if you will please adjust the microphone so that we can hear you, pull it down if you need to, or put it up. And then please remain at the podium because commissioners may have questions for you. Okay? That being said, and commissioners, we do have desk items tonight, and we'll take, would you like to review those all now at one time, or as we come to the items? As we come to the items, okay. With that, I'd like to call us to have a Pledge of Allegiance, please. Follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have no requested continuances that I see. And were there any subcommittee meetings, commissioners, that you would like to report on this month? No. Okay. Thank you. So now is the time for any audience member who would like to speak on any subject other than what is on the agenda. And I see that we have Citizen Ray.
Yes, nice to see you all, almost all of you. First off, I want to point out the sea change in the staff reports. At my behest, and also Mr. O'Donnell seconded my concerns about the staff attempting to manipulate the outcome of the applications, land use applications, by use of their recommendation. I see they have listened, finally, and have retreated to a neutral position on recommendations, which was always the way it was before. So, hooray for the staff. Do something right. All right. Also, I want to thank those of you who have gone out to the Chirco Monster, the monster home that has suddenly appeared in our community at the end of Chirco Drive and Chirco Court, and taken a look at that monstrosity and see how it totally rapes, pillages, and plunders the neighborhood. Okay? Take a look at it. The future of Los Gatos awaits us if we don't do something and speak out. That was done courtesy of the Gang of 5 employees through the back door. It was not done through the Planning Commission, as you know. So that's an issue that is not going to go away. And that house being built today is a perfect example of what happens when nobody cares and nobody pays attention to the insider moves of certain of the employees. So it's a beautiful example of that. And it shows you how San Jose got started with its 3-story homes, 2 feet apart, and all the rest of it. That's how it starts. They do it, they break the ice, and if nobody complains, then away goes your community. So please be alerted. I'm also speaking out tonight on the Placer Oaks abomination. Those 2 folks, the Greens, you've read about in the newspaper time and again, have lost their privacy, have lost their view of the mountain, all to oversized development, okay, that rapes, pillages, and plunders the community, okay? So we've got to put a stop to it, along with that horrible monster castle
Thank you, Ms.
up
Citizen
on
Ray.
the mountainside known as DeSantis,
Thank you.
okay? And
Thank
we
you.
got the city attorney laughing about it.
Thank you, Citizen
Oh,
Ray.
my God.
Okay, moving on to new public hearings at 50 University Avenue. There is a desk item, and I'll give you a few minutes to read it unless you've reviewed it, and we can move on. Is the applicant present for 50 University Avenue? You might want to come on up. Thank you. Did you fill out a speaker card? Fill it out after you're done. Would you do it after you're done? That's terrific. Thank you. Commissioners, do you think we're almost ready? Okay, great.
Okay,
Right.
so
And I don't know your name, so please state your name and address.
okay,
so
my
we
name's
can understand.
Colette Navarrete, and I'm here on behalf of Federal Realty, the developers of Old Town Center. And we're here to apply for a conditional use permit so that we can host a few events throughout the year and have some ongoing non-acoustic, or actually acoustic music throughout the center. Where our hopes are actually enhancing the shopping and dining experience at Old Town and do other sorts of community events at the center. So that is what we're here for today. Do you want me to go in detail, or I'm just...
It's up to you. You have 5 minutes. So
Okay.
you can either stop or you can move ahead or.
Well, I'll
let
just
us
touch a
know.
little bit about it. Basically, our goal is to create, it's for the locals actually, to really enhance the community environment at Old Town Center. We want to host such events as, the chamber, Ronnie from the chamber called me today and said they want to host like a September mixer at the center. So in the past, we've been coming back time after time for each event, trying to get a permit, and which has caused a little bit of, it's been a little difficult. So we thought we would apply for a conditional use permit. We'd work with the neighbors. We've held a neighborhood meeting. We'd work with the neighbors and try to come up with a solution that, makes everybody happy, because we, the neighbors are supporting Old Town, so we really want to make sure that nothing that we do there affects them in a negative way. So those are the things that we're applying for, and hopefully going forward we can have these several ongoing events and entertainment and work with the neighbors to create a good event.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, please stay there. We might have some questions for you.
Sure.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois?
Hi, thank you for being here tonight.
No problem.
So the current process now is that you apply for a special events permit.
Yes.
One at a time for each event.
Yes.
And you said you had some problems with that process. Could you explain what those problems were?
Well, with the fact of trying to do ongoing entertainment for the months of like July and August and November, December, doing on the weekends, like a Saturday or Sunday, that would be, it would be hard to go back every time and apply for a permit for each entertainer to come on a weekend basis. So we wanted to basically cover something that we could do for weekends only, to have entertainment at the center at specific time periods.
So for when you're applying for a special event permit, you have to know the name of the performer?
But in the past, I haven't had to do that. I have never applied for the specific performers, but we thought if we could encompass under a conditional use permit, it would be easier.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking this is, if I remember correctly from the last public hearing, one of the issues was that there wasn't enough time always to get the special event permit in place for the event. And so we asked you guys to go back and really think about what you wanted very specifically, and you did that. And so this is great. So now I'm wondering, there's a process in place. Can't you have outlined very clearly what you want and when? Can't you just go and apply for all the special event permits now? And I mean, maybe this is a question for staff, if there's a preference for the CUP process versus the special event process.
Hello, Commissioner Kamichichi, yes? Is this a question of?
I'm just clarifying what the question is here. I believe that the rule is if you apply for special events, you're limited to the amount you can have, or how often you can have.
Well, maybe we need to get a clarification.
Getting this in the conditional use permit, you bypass that. I believe that. Is that true?
I don't know, maybe we better clarify that with staff.
I'm here to confirm the advice given by Commissioner Machichi. According to the town code, special events permits can be issued no more than, I believe, one per quarter per calendar year.
Right. Okay. Does that clarify it for Commissioner Bourgeois? Okay. Yes, first Commissioner Sayoc and then Commissioner Rice.
When you say one per quarter, is that one day, or could it be one series of events per quarter? The reason why I'm asking is if we know that it will be every Saturday and Sunday in the summer, could that qualify as one permit?
Interesting question. I'm actually looking at the code while I'm trying to answer the question, but it does say that there's a minimum of 30 days that must separate special events, and 3 consecutive days are the absolute limit for any individual special event. So in other words, maximum 3 days, separated by 30 days, total 4 per year.
Okay, and Commissioner Rice? That was your question as well. Well, here you go. Commissioner Machichi?
Is your intent to have it every weekend during July and August?
Our intent was to have it every
Every weekend.
Saturday and Sunday through July and August, yes.
One thing I might suggest then that we correct something here, because you can have a month with 5 weekends.
Right.
So you could have 10 days in 1 month, and I think the way this is written, it restricts it to 8.
The way it's written is restricted to 8, and, we're willing to work with everybody, so if it only had to be once a week, we would do that too, to
I
make
don't have
sure.
a problem with it being, I'm just saying, if you write it this way, you're going to be restricted.
Okay.
If you change it, you'll be able to do it every weekend. So do you intend to do it every weekend?
That's what our intent would be, yes.
I would suggest asking for a change to that.
Okay.
I have a question then. You're planning on events every weekend of July and August, is that what you
It's
said?
the ongoing entertainment.
And that is, what is that? I mean,
That-
it sounds like you know what it is already, so what is
So
that?
entertainment would be, no groups bigger than three non-acoustic music. So it would be from like 11 a.m. I think they were requesting to end actually at 8 p.m. and just have non-amplified music throughout the center.
Throughout the center, can you describe that?
Yeah, like one between Steamers and Naturino, and then one on the other side on the deck by California Cafe.
Are they in competition with each other?
They wouldn't be playing simultaneously, but those are the two locations that we would like to have some ongoing entertainment. Just to build, really, add to the environment for the restaurants, people dining outside. It wouldn't be anything noisy. It just would be add to the ambiance.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Kane?
We have a desk item tonight that says, consider a 6-month review with a public hearing, and that this is acceptable to the applicant. Now, that's item 4 on some of the revisions from the prior staff report. This is February,
Yes.
and 6 plus 2 is August, and the big events are in November, December. Depending upon how the discussion goes tonight, if a CUP started to put itself together, would you be acceptable to making that a 1-year review period so that we'd be looking at a full cycle?
Yes, I would. The reason why we did 6 months is because,
Yes is good.
yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yes, Commissioner Sayoc.
We have a letter here from neighbors surrounding Old Town. It's dated February 6th. And I'm just going to read to you and then let you comment.
Sure.
It says, when we received notice of this hearing, we called the Los Gatos and Santana Row representatives for Federal Realty to discuss the center's application and better understand their objectives, but they have not yet been available to meet. So have you met? And if not, why not?
We did, we did the initial neighbor meeting, and then I think it was Thursday, we got a call from a resident. I talked with her, and I left her another message, but we haven't been able to sit down and meet just because it was only less than a week ago. So, but we're definitely don't have a problem with meeting with the neighbors. We have done it before. We want to hear the feedback because there's no reason for us to host events and ongoing entertainment if it's not, a good environment for the people living closest to the center.
I have another question
Yeah.
for you. Do you have a local office at Old Town?
No, I don't. I'm based out of Santana Row.
I see. So there's not like a Old Town manager on,
That actually works
location.
out of Old Town on
Yes.
location. There's not, but we have our meetings actually in the cooking location of Sur La Table. That's where we host our meetings. So at any time, it's really easy for us to set up a neighbor meeting. That's where the last one was, to meet with everybody.
okay. So how often does someone from Federal Realty come out and peruse the area?
Well, we're there. Someone from Federal Realty is probably at Old Town maybe every other day.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then another question, you were planning on doing setup in the pathway between Steamers and the children's shoe store. So where do you plan on, can you describe how you would set that up, whatever your events are?
Oh, like if we did like a 3-piece like jazz trio, let's say, it would be kind of tucked in the corner next to Steamers, right? And then the walkway would go between. But
Tucked in the corner where?
right. So, let's see. So basically right on the corner of where Steamers is at the end. That's where we've done
At
like.
the end of near University or near the steps?
No,
by
it'd
the
be
parking
farther
lot?
away from the sidewalk. So it'd be closer to actually the Steamers establishment. So, and it would be basically right on their corner, so looking across would be Naturino, but it would still leave the pathway for the walkway. It would be closer to actually steamers, so it wouldn't impede on traffic walking, because we obviously don't want to do that. But if we had to, we could create sort of a site map and really detail that.
I would have liked to have seen that. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have for now. Does anyone else have any other? Commissioner
I just want to
Michichi?
make one, you're aware that the town has singing in the park or whatever they have at the town hall here, I believe every Sunday night.
What was that? I'm sorry.
During July and August.
Yes,
I believe
right.
it is. We have the town hosts a band,
The Jazz in the Plaza?
Jazz in the
Yeah.
Plaza, whatever they call it.
Or-
Do you see any conflict with that
No, because
on your weekends?
I think that's more of a like a venue to go to actually get a large crowd, where this isn't really trying to attract a large crowd. It's just really trying to actually add to the natural environment. So I don't really visualize people sitting out and hanging out watching the entertainers. They may stroll by and stop for a second, but it's not going to be more like a concert. It's
Just want to make you aware of it.
Yeah.
That's going on.
thank you.
3 in a trio could get rather competitive, and I believe you're referring to the Sunday music series, which is, and then also we do have Wednesday nights Jazz on the Plaza, so I probably have to look out for that. Commissioner Kane?
Well, I don't know that we have an answer yet. Would you actually be playing while these other events were going on?
Well, we would. So the other event is on a Saturday, and the Sunday is at.
Well,
This event that she's mentioning is on a Sunday. Nothing in here indicates you're going to do anything on a Wednesday, is that correct?
Yeah,
So
definitely.
Wednesdays are out. What about the Sundays?
The Sunday, as it states now, we were hoping to do some ongoing entertainment. We wouldn't be opposed to just changing it to Saturday if that's what would be better. But as of now, we were thinking of doing it on Sunday.
Or,
Would-
and
or
if you're
hours.
going to one, that's right. If you're willing to go to one day, you'd be willing to stop about the time that the other entertainment starts?
Yes.
I have a question on security. The staff report mentions that current security is from 11 to 7. Mm-hmm. And I may have missed it, but if we're running events from 11 to 9, will security run until 9:30, 10?
Yes. Anytime we have any sort of event, we'll have extended security until the event is done.
What about it? About an hour afterwards or 30 minutes afterwards?
Yeah, typically we do about an hour. So if our entertainment, from the neighbors, we got some feedback that they wanted it to end at 8, so we're actually going to try to maybe change it to 8, but so that security would stay on until 9.
So
Or if the
Or
event
10.
went, or 10, if the event went
our
to 9.
conditions could state that instead of running 11 to 7, they would run 11 to 10.
Yes.
You mentioned the amount of security would be determined by the amount of people who attend. I can't put that together on a timeline. If a whole bunch of people show up, you call in the reserves, or how does that work?
Well, for an event that we're going to go out and advertise for ongoing music entertainment, we'll just have the typical staff but stay longer. But for the Howling Halloween events and such that we've done in the past that have been a lot of people, we'll obviously staff accordingly.
Excuse me.
Commissioner Michichi?
I was going to make a
Chief.
suggestion later on. Let me bring it up now. It states that condition is included. The applicant will work with the police department to determine the amount of extra security that would be needed. I would suggest that we change that to not work with, but to take direction from the police department on what security should be there. Let the pros handle it.
And I wanted to ask him.
We'll take that under consideration for when the discussion comes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kane, did you have another question?
In terms of exactly how the security works, do they have a station that they
Yes.
go to? Or where's the station at?
In the back of Old Town, they have an area that's their office, the security office. And so that's where they check in the morning, and that's where
On the old theater?
yeah, by the amphitheater, yeah.
Have you ever considered, or would you be willing to consider, depending upon what we hear tonight, a permanent or a trial security person specifically for Edelin, whether it was on Miles or whether it was down the other end, actually where Old Town begins?
For just events or just
Well, for
ongoing?
parking, for noise, commotion, for people going home. That's what I've read, and that's what we heard last time. And I wondered if a security presence or a paid-for police presence on the part of the town would be something that you would consider.
We definitely would consider, especially, a security officer from our staff to try to see and be there on those streets.
And I do have one more question for you, and that is in your description of event types, you have said here that you would work with nonprofit organizations to provide receptions, art and craft exhibits, and appetizers. But anyway, what I wanted to know is, and that's one-day event twice a year, what exactly would you be providing for them?
As far as what would Old Town provide? Basically, we would provide, as the host, we'd also provide, linens, tables, the logistical security facilities.
And where would they, do you have a specific area that they would be in?
Well, you could, as far as the location, could either be used back as far as the amphitheater, or it could also maybe be in the front near California Cafe on the deck area.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Does anyone have any more questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. We'll have you back up. If anyone would speak on this project, I'd like to hear the cards right here in front of me, and I'm going to do that right now. Thank you. So the first name I have is Ira Spector. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Happy Valentine's Day. My name is Ira Spector, and my wife and I have lived happily at 121 Edelin Avenue for 30 years. I say happily because the residents of our historic district, working with various planning commissions, have a long and successful record of neighborhood preservation. The buffer zone that separates Edelin and University from Old Town is Mullen Avenue, named after Patrick Mullen, who in 1883, along with John Linden and other vigilantes, placed a noose around the neck of a man involved in a barroom brawl and tossed him over the Main Street Bridge. Apparently, our town fathers had very little patience for those who would disturb the peace. I am not suggesting that a similar fate awaits any of you, with the possible exception of Mr. Mountain Charlie over there. But I am suggesting that we need your vigilance as you consider this application. For example, take acoustic music. That could include drums that pulsate into our homes. And with each special event, there'll be increased traffic, illegal parking, pedestrian noise, trash, and vandalism. I believe the following clarifications and additions to the CUP can help mitigate these problems. One, an 8 p.m. ending time, as Ms. Navarrete requested, is great. Two, that unamplified music means no electrical amplification is permitted. Three, percussive music is not permitted. Four, this is important, require that an Old Town Entertainment Committee be established consisting of Federal Realty's events coordinator, Ms. Navarrete, and neighborhood representatives who would meet in Los Gatos when issues arose and attempt to resolve them. For example, we might ask Old Town Security to address problems in the neighborhood that they may not even be aware of. The committee should also meet proactively to discuss and or suggest special events which would make the neighbors partners and participants rather than victims and vigilantes. However, if these attempts at collaboration and problem resolution were to fail, and this is a key point as well, we would ask you to require that Federal Realty maintain a record of complaints for submittal to the town to give you a mechanism by which to evaluate CUP compliance. I believe that collaboration and reporting is our best opportunity to make this work. Thanks for your attention, and thanks for your outstanding job that you all do to help preserve our town.
Commissioner Rice.
Just to make sure I'm clear on what you're requesting is, if those particular conditions were added that you've outlined, would you then be in favor of the CUP?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
I have a question of you, and that is of the music type, because you did talk about that. what have you, from where your house is, have you heard that you didn't like? I mean, can you tell me a little bit more of the background of your ideas about music?
The last time we had a problem with music was the teen music series in the amphitheater, but that was running till 10 p.m. and it was amplified music. And then after that, there was a lot of vandalism and noise and disruption, some of the bad elements of the kids that were part of that group. Other times when there were other events, or when Waves was doing live music or amplified music, we could hear the drum beats and the percussive sounds through the walls of our house. That's the fact of life with percussive sound.
Right.
And my understanding is that the applicant is not interested in percussive sound, and that would be fine, but I want to make sure that it's part of the CUP.
Okay. And Waves, I believe, was an old nightclub dance?
Waves was above
Dance club?
where the second story of Borders.
A while ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was a while ago, but
Nonetheless, it left a lasting impression.
it certainly did.
Thank you. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Hi, thank you for your good suggestions. One concern I heard at the last meeting was parking in the neighborhoods. Given that they've outlined in a little more detail the type of events, is that still an issue for the neighbors? Is that something you're a little more comfortable with?
Considering the type of events they're talking about, which is background music, unamplified background music, I don't think that it's going to affect the parking as much as some of the other special events that were considered before the applicant and the staff and the commissioners asked for more specificity for tonight's meeting. And so I think I'm happy with the way it turned out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Larry Arzi, followed by Sandy Decker. Ms. Decker, you might want to get close.
You know, if you look back on Old Town's original application, Larry Arzi, by the way, the primary purpose of their goal in their application was, and I'll use their word, to drive people to Los Gatos. Now, I notice she's softened changed, and now it's for the locals, sure. If this is their intention to drive people to Los Gatos, then we need to do all in our power to limit the impact it will have on our residential neighborhoods of University and Edelin. To say the least, the impact it will have on the Central Business District, which the last General Plan Review Committee requested that we reduce the heavy use of the downtown area. This proposal certainly does the opposite. The hours, I notice now, are changing too, 11 to 8. Great, let's hold them to that, 11 to 8. I would prefer that we do that, which is more befitting to a small village. Some people go to bed before 9 p.m., and it takes an hour or two just to quiet down after an event. We as well don't need cars circling around looking for parking spaces unloading at 7 or 8 in the morning. So 11 a.m. is great. Hold her to that. She's agreed to it. Events really should be limited to one location. We don't need to have an event at all 3 locations at one time. Consideration to not allowing events to happen in the pedestrian pass-through next to steamers should even be considered. This area was never intended to be an event area when the plans were approved, and a compromise that outdoor dining was allowed there happened. There was no outdoor dining to be there when the plans were originally presented. This is a pedestrian walkway which was made to the benefit of the community and especially to the merchants on Santa Cruz Avenue. We need to maintain it as such, as an open space to bring customers from University Avenue to Santa Cruz Avenue and vice versa. Excluding Sundays, which she has agreed to, is a very good concept. She said, we don't need to do it on Sundays if you only want to do it on Saturdays. Let's give this town back to Los Gatos on Sundays. We already have the farmers market on Sunday. We don't need 2 events on a Sunday. We already have music in the park. We already have other activities on Sunday. Let's hold her to this. We can do it on Saturdays only. She's agreed to it. Let's please listen to her, and let's take her advice, and Saturdays only would be a great thing to do on it. Finally, the CUP needs to be reviewed annually, not by staff, as has previously been requested, but by you or council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arce. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Seeing none, Ms. Sandy Decker.
Good evening. Happy Valentine's Day. Sandy Decker, 45 Glen Ridge. My heart truly beats for this particular application on both sides of the fence, if you will. For years, we've been trying to find a way to bring something special to this community and add to economic vitality in Old Town. We find ourselves a part of the federal family, but frankly, we've not been, if you will, enjoying the kinds of atmospheric things that you will see at several of their other purchased areas, which would be Westgate, Santana Row. Part of my conversation with them over the last 5 years was a way to enliven the center without doing what I think Mr. Arce fears. The idea being that, yes, it would be open to some nonprofit opportunities. I would love to see the amphitheater enlivened. I would very much like to see strolling musicians. I think we have a chance here to add real quality to Old Town without diminishing anything from the Central Business District. On the other hand, I am very, very cognizant of the impact on Edelin. My children own the house closest to Old Town. But more than that, over the years, the Edelin neighborhood has been incredibly good about being proactive, I think dealing with the things that they need to have as they partner with Old Town. It sounds to me like we have a win-win here. We're looking at a neighborhood and an organization who owns the largest commercial entity in town willing to work together. I would ask that you don't do this annually, that you really review this semi-annually, and that it's not reviewed, again, only by staff, but it's reviewed with an ad hoc committee from the neighborhood. This will not work unless there's a dialogue going on between these two people. In 6 months' time, there'll be something to review. And then you will follow that by your annual review. But the idea being is to keep this collaborative communication going, because it's a win-win, I think, for all of us. And as Larry was saying, to move people back and forth between Old Town to the CBD, from Main Street to anywhere on University, I think is important. We want this kind of traffic that walks and enjoys this town, and especially those of us who live here. So I would hope that we can find a way, as I say, to succinctly make this a communication between these two entities, because I think we'll all win. Bless you. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening, and I'd entertain any questions that you have. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, Commissioner Kane?
When we last met, I made a point that Edelin
This
was...
yesterday, Mountain Charlie?
When you last met, where?
Not yesterday, dear. When this application last came before the Planning Commission,
Thank you.
I made expressed concerns about the Edelin Historical District, that it is as sacred as things get in this town in terms of our heritage, and there are other historical districts. In preparing for tonight's case, I looked at the map, and it's not just Edelin that is sacred history. The Edelin Historical Zone includes Old Town, and I know that you have had great input to the town, to town government, to the Planning Commission, and Town Council. So my question, it's convenient that you're at the mic, because I'm thinking this document on historical districts and preservation of same, the wording's all very strong. Would this application conflict with any of those concerns? What, in terms of the intent, in terms of the authors, in terms of how you understood it over the years?
You're talking about two different things here. You're talking about an establishing and protecting a historical entity. And a part of that, of course, is this nexus between that historical entity and the commercial entity in town. They exist. They coexist. And having them coexist to the benefit of both is what we're talking about tonight. Neither of those elements are going away, either the history of that area or the people who live in the historical homes that abut it. So what we're trying to do, I think, tonight is find a way to enliven an area without any kind of negative impact on the surrounding area. Old Town has, I think, an opportunity to be more for this community than it is right now. And our event is a word that bothers me a little bit. I don't see these things as events. I see this as a trio of acoustic guitar. I see something with a small strolling group going on at Christmas time. I see something that speaks possibly a fashion show in the amphitheater. I'm not looking toward this being event. This has never been the conversation that Old Town had with the town when I was involved. So,
well, actually, that goes to my second question. You said you wanted to see more use out of the amphitheater. For what? What kind of things do you see happening? What times of day do you see things happening at the amphitheater that you think would be consistent with our commercial guidelines and our historical guidelines?
I'd like to see storytelling. I'd like to see fashion shows. I'd like to see these things take place during the day. I would like to see children's programs. I would like to see something that I think could augment probably every one of the businesses in Old Town, as well as offer the opportunity for, let's say, a small production of, let's call it stage warfare for children who may want to come in and do a Shakespearean skit. Something that would add to the culture, which is the amphitheater, which is what we had in mind when we conditioned Old Town to hold on to the amphitheater in order to get final process. And the amphitheater is simply not used. And I'm not talking about nighttime use. I'm talking about daytime, very passive use, but for the community to have an opportunity to see its ability to serve, if you will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I will call the applicant back up for questions. I have no more cards unless someone has decided to come. No, okay. Okay, you have 3 minutes, and you can speak on anything you've heard or would wish to add.
Okay, just as far as what Sandy was mentioning on in the amphitheater, I just want to say that that's kind of some of the things that we thought as well going forward would be great, things that were with the community and children. If you worked with the local, Museum of Art or local children's theater, and you do maybe a couple of different shows like that, that I think is a really great idea and something that definitely seems to fit the community. That was one thing I just wanted to touch on. And as far as the word event, it's hard for me to use that with this conditional use permit too, because the things that we're trying to do, I don't really say would be quite an event. Event really makes you think like it's going to be so many people and really crowded. It's going to cause traffic and all these things. We're trying to add to the existing environment. So I did like that point as well. So I just want to say thank you, and we're willing to work with the residents and trying to develop this into a permit that works for all of us.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
For you. Oh, are you finished? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for you. So it was presented tonight by one of the speakers that there would be a community member present on a Old Town committee, oversight committee of sorts. And how do you feel about that?
I actually think that's a great idea because where I'm coming from is anything that we do at the center, we want it to be beneficial for the residents. We want it to be beneficial for the community. So I think feedback from the community and a neighbor is essential into creating these sort of events, if we call them that, successful and making them really work. So I agree.
Okay, and then I wanted to, but maybe this is a clarification for staff to make, and that's how nonprofits work with the CUP when it says here that they still have to request a special event permit. Do we know what that, can you, maybe before we go, do you want to just answer that later, or?
What's up to you?
Okay, would you answer it now, and do you please stay at the
Oh, no
podium?
problem.
Okay, thank you.
Are you referring to the proposed condition of approval that we had on that? They had,
Number 4.
Old Town had some events that they actually weren't sponsoring. There was other nonprofit organizations that would be sponsoring the event, such as like the Chamber of Commerce had the Halloween Howling Dog event, and that is not handled through Old Town. It's handled through a nonprofit. So they would still have to apply for that conditional use permit.
I see, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Okay, do I have any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Matici?
Have you decided, thank you, I really need help tonight. Have you decided to do away with Sunday or not? I think you said you would. One of the speakers suggested that you did say that.
Do away with Saturday?
Sunday.
Oh, I mean Sunday. If that's something, I would like to do Saturday and Sunday, but if that's something that's
So
going
you
to,
still prefer to do
I would
Saturday?
prefer to do Saturday and Sunday, but if that's something that's going
I
to.
think this was answered. There was also a suggestion that, our chair may have said this, but I didn't quite understand. You're willing to form an outside committee made up of the neighbors and members of your staff. You'll meet, decide if there are issues, and then report jointly to the staff here on what those findings are?
Yes, I think it would be great if we could meet quarterly.
So if we could condition that to your.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Sayoc.
And I just want to, the specific points that the other neighbors had brought up, the 8 p.m. ending time, that's okay with you?
That's fine, yes.
And record of compliance so that if any complaints, that you will keep a record of that?
Yes.
Okay. And it says here that you've agreed to no percussive instruments.
That's
correct?
true.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to answer me, would you please describe what you're thinking about with music so that we're a little more clear about this?
Okay, what I envision.
Yes,
As
your
far
vision.
as far as music, what I envision is as having strolling during, like, let's say November, December, we have having strolling carolers going throughout the center. That's what I envision. For the months of July and August, when it's warmer, I think to have just small 1-2 piece, maybe like a mandolin player, set up and playing some music for background music. That's really what I envision. Does that give you?
It does.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll close the hearing now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, I'll entertain a motion, discussion, questions of staff now. And if you have a question.
Actually, I do have a question for staff.
Yes,
So
Commissioner
just
Sayoc.
clarification on the special use permits. If a nonprofit wanted to apply for a special use permit, would they be limited by the conditions that we have just discussed?
No, they would be have to apply through the police department for a special events permit and would be subject to those requirements.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner
I'm
Matici.
going to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve, as soon as I find my page, request approval to have live conditional use permit U0607, requesting approval to have live entertainment events in the amphitheater and in patio areas within Old Town Shopping Center on property zone C2PD LHB.APN 529020044. It's been determined that this project is category exempt pursuant to Section 15.323 of the State Environmental Guidelines as adopted by the town, as required by Section 29.2190 of the Town Code for granting a conditional use permit. deciding body on the basis of the evidence submitted at the hearing may grant the condition when specifically authorized by the provisions of town. If it finds that, and I find that the proposed use of the property is essential or desirable of public convenience or welfare, I think it's going to do well for the town for its economic health. Proposed use will not impair the integrity and character of the zone. I think the thing was designed to do what they're asking to do. Proposed use would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare. And the proposed use of the property is in harmony with the various elements of objectives of the general plan and the purposes of the town code. As required by Section 4B of the redevelopment plan for the Central Las Gavas redevelopment project, that meets the use set forth in the town's general plan. I would change and add to the following, to the conditions that we change the condition that limits to 8 days, that be limited to 10 days based on the 5 weekends that could exist in July or August. And I would suggest we add forming an ad hoc committee, that they form an ad hoc committee consisting of members of the realty and members of the neighborhood, and that they report any issues on a 6-month basis to the town.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, how about discussion? Commissioner Kane.
To the maker of the motion, Phil, would it make more sense to just say what they mean, which is July and August, rather than
I said July and August.
We said 10.
10 days.
Hypothetically,
They
could
said
be
every
8.
weekend, Mike.
July and
They
August
put
is
it every
what,
week.
July and
They
August is
can't-
what
they
you
can
mean.
make 10 days.
Okay. Now, may I interpret this, or let me understand this. You said 10 days, is that per month?
Right now, the condition reads days maximum for the months of July and August. It could be 10 days, oversight. She stated they wanted to do it every weekend.
Okay.
Okay? All I'm suggesting is we correct that.
It'd be 10, okay.
It's still weekend days.
Yes, it is.
Weekend
Okay.
days, 2
Commissioner
days.
Kane, is that clear?
2 days a week.
Right.
If the month starts on the 1st.
It's Valentine's Day. Okay, is that clear? Yes. Okay.
You want to say anything? The review is stated.
And maker of the motion, could I ask, does that include acoustical, non-acoustical music?
Yes.
Okay,
As-
so-
As we stated.
As we
She
stated.
defined that, right? As defined.
Right, as defined, okay.
Non-percussion, right?
Right, no amplified or percussive music, yes, okay.
And just for the record, so the condition will read, no electrically amplified music as a qualifier of acoustical music only, and no percussive music.
That's correct.
And if I may, just, Madam Chair,
Yes.
with regard to the committee, my understanding is that the request was that a committee be formed that neighbors meeting on a regular basis with
the realty.
with the I guess the events manager for the owner, and that those meetings occur probably minimum of a quarterly basis. So there is some minimum requirement.
We could define that.
And also that there be I think they were also requesting that there be a requirement that Federal Realty, the owner, maintain a record of complaints and
Report that to the planning.
of their responses to complaints, so it's available to provide to the commission on review. That would be an
Thank you.
additional condition.
Right, and are we also, the maker of the motion, did we remember to add a yearly?
It's stated in here.
We said 6 months, but I was wondering if we should also do the year, because the 6 months isn't going to take us through summer.
We have within the thing that says it's going to be reviewed annually.
Oh, annual,
The 1-year review,
missed
town
that.
staff shall review the conditional permit within 1 year from approval to determine if there are any problems.
So are you requesting 2 reviews? One at 6 months and one at 1 year?
right. What is that?
You want to have one at 6 months as well?
Well, are you?
No, I thought Mike had thought we wanted to go through a year.
Yeah, the current condition, as proposed by staff, would be a 1-year review.
It's a 1-year
Right,
review,
okay.
and I left it alone.
Okay.
I think
Commissioner Bourgeois.
I think the quarterly committee meetings are going to serve as kind of
As a trigger.
as a review anyway, and I would hope that if something comes out of that meeting significant, it would be brought to staff. So
Exactly. We're hoping a lot for that ad hoc committee. I think it's a great idea.
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
yes.
And also on that same condition, some comments were raised regarding requiring that annual review be a public hearing. So that would be one clarification to make to that condition.
I didn't intend for the way it's written was fine with me. I think what it states is that if there's issues, that you're going to report the findings to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission may direct that a public hearing then take place. That's what it says here.
Yeah, let me just
Where are you reading?
remind the commission of two things. First, the way that the condition reads is, you're correct, it's not a public hearing, and one normally wouldn't be required. You can schedule a public hearing thereafter if, based on complaints, the commission feels that it's necessary to,
Hold on.
shall we say, do a last call on any of the conditions of the use permit. But let me also remind the commission that staff can at any time bring to the commission's attention any problems associated with the operation of any entity operating under a use permit.
Okay. And Commissioner Bourgeois.
yeah, I have a question for staff. The 500-foot radius for noticing, where does that approximately get us? I just think if this does create a traffic issue, university is going to take the brunt of that. And I just didn't know if we might want to extend. I just don't know where that 500 feet goes. I wouldn't think it'd be very far, and I would think the people along university are probably going to feel the brunt of any traffic impact in and out of town. So maybe we could just extend the noticing distance along university in the condition.
We have an
Couldn't
approximation
we just
of that?
specify that the noticing goes as far as the fire station?
You could stay at Fire Station, you could stay at Highway
Well, there's
9 if
also-
you wanted to go all the
yeah,
way
I
out
was-
there.
Might as well go to Route 9.
I would say Highway 9 because there is that cul-de-sac of homes.
Or I don't know if you'd want to say the entire historic district there.
No, I would think university to 9. I would.
University up to Route 9. I have no problem adding that.
That's fine with me as well.
Okay, is it seconder? Yes.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Kane?
To the maker of the motion, what then would be the hours of operation, as written or as orally proposed tonight by the applicant?
Well, the music is what I thought was the issue, and that's stated in the conditions that goes from 11 to 9.
Well, she offered 11 to 8.
I really don't have a problem
I
with 11.
request the maker of the motion to adopt the 11 to 8 suggestion.
I really don't see the need for that. I think 9 o'clock is an early break off.
We did have people speak about that, they would,
That's fine. I don't agree with it.
okay. Maker of the motion will not accept that. Okay, any
Yes,
more
I don't
comment?
understand that, maker of the
Commissioner.
motion. The applicant offered 8 o'clock. The neighborhood asked for 8 o'clock. What would be the harm in adopting that?
Mike, I'll just state again, I don't agree with that. I think 9 o'clock is a good enough time. I think people can enjoy themselves until 9 o'clock at night with music.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will have a review until 9 o'clock, that's true, all right. Do I have any more comments from the commissioners? Okay, seeing none, let's review the motion was to approve conditional use permit U-06-07 with conditions that I will have staff read them, and I'll check them with you.
The changes that we've written down here are that there will be a maximum of 10 event days during July and August on the weekends, that there shall be a ad hoc Old Town Entertainment Committee comprised of the Old Town Special Event Coordinator and residents of the adjoining neighborhood. They shall meet at least quarterly or as issues arise. And we have Old Town shall maintain a record of complaints and the response or action to each complaint, and that log shall be made available for the town's review upon request. Modify the music section to clarify that there shall be no electrically amplified music and no percussive music allowed, and that the notification area shall be extended to as far as University and Highway 9.
Okay.
One-
Commissioner Rice.
One bit of clarification, the way that was read, I heard 10 weekend days in July and August. I'd rather just remove the number of days and say weekend days in July and August. Because if you say 10, somebody might interpret that to be a total of 10 during those 2 months, just the way that was read. I don't have a fear that it would.
Two, yeah.
Okay.
Not two, but only weekends.
Yeah.
You want to say, right?
Okay, does the maker of the motion,
Yeah, that's the way it was intended, so.
is that how it's intended?
That's the way it was intended.
So you'll accept that? Okay. Commissioner Sayoc?
I'm still a little hesitant about the 8 p.m. versus 9 p.m., and I guess I'm the only one that's a little hesitant about the use of Sundays. And so if someone could just clarify, if this coordinating committee that includes neighbors and Federal Realty, if they decide as a group that they want to end it at 8 p.m., and if they want to exclude Sundays, that's their prerogative, right?
I would think so.
You're
And
not
so how you would
not
interpret
requiring
it?
that they stay open till 9
No,
o'clock.
no, I understand that, but I guess on the record, put it on the record that this is a resident concern, and Federal Realty has heard this, and this is important to me. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Kane?
Well, the second part of what the commissioner said is not clear to me either. Do we need to specify that the entertainment needs to stop on a Sunday when the entertainment elsewhere starts? And does that also conflict with the entertainment provided at Farmers Market on Sunday?
Excuse me? I think I made it clear. They can go Saturday and Sunday. They can go 11 to 9.
Irrespective of the other events?
Yeah, irrespective. Yeah.
All right. I won't be supporting.
Do you want to
I
elaborate
will not
on
be
that?
supporting the motion. I don't want simultaneous events all over the town. That's not what was asked for. That expressions of concern were given from the community regarding simultaneous events, and the applicant was willing to not have simultaneous events. So that's what I would
Well, we
hope
could
to
also
achieve.
stop the churches in town from doing things on Sunday, too, while the town's doing an event. Well, I mean, why would we stop them? What's our rationale for that?
It takes on more.
I mean, do we stop everybody from having an event on Sunday? Because the town's having one?
Commissioners, instead of this becoming a
Well, no,
conversation, how about if you raise your hand, let me
Yeah,
acknowledge you, and then we will continue with the discussion, okay? Can we handle it that way? And I think Commissioner Kane had the mic.
That's all I want to say.
Okay. May I answer him now?
Commissioner Machichi.
Would you suggest stopping other events as well?
I don't see the point of
Commissioner
doing
Kane.
May I?
And then I'm going to call the question.
Chair, I
So
don't
if
see
this
the
is going to
point of going
continue,
into
I'm calling the
hyperbole
question.
and all of that, Phil. What I'm saying is, if we've got entertainment at the farmers market, if we've got Sunday in the park or on the green, if we've got this, that, and the other thing, the applicant is willing to not have more commotion, more traffic in and around that historic district. And I was just wondering if we could agree with her and put in a condition to that effect.
Commissioner Kane, thank you. I would like to just say that I would probably, I support the motion. I do think the 8 o'clock, because she said it was requested of us by the public, and the representative said that she would go along with it. I don't see the harm in it, but it's not going to make me not support the motion. But I would hope that Federal Realty would hear what this commission has said in that regard. Thank you. Okay, so all in favor of approving 50 University Avenue, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
That's 2 against and 4 in favor. And the motion passes.
Appeal rights. Anyone dissatisfied with the decision of the commission can appeal the decision to the town council. An appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed upstairs in the clerk department. There is a fee for filing an appeal.
Me, I miscounted. I didn't see a hand. Could we please do this one more time? I did not see your hand.
Okay. I thought you heard me.
No, and I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I'd like to, could I have a visual? Thank you. Okay, let's start this over.
We're revoting.
We're revoting. Okay. Before us is 50 University Avenue. This has been a strange night. Conditional use permit U-06-07. All in favor of approval, please state your aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 3. And all opposed?
No.
3. So motion fails.
It fails, so forget the appeal rights. And does anybody want to make another motion?
Okay. Oh, I didn't see whose hand was up first. Was it Commissioner Rice? Was it yours? I think it was yours. Commissioner
Okay,
Rice.
fine. I'll move the approval exactly the same way as it was done before, with the exception of an end time of 8 p.m.
Second.
Okay. We have another motion. Same motion, but with the ending time of 8 p.m. Okay, commissioners, any comments? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? None. We have finally passed this 6-0.
Feel a sense of deja vu.
Yes.
Anyone dissatisfied with the decision, the final decision of the Planning Commission, may appeal the decision to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed upstairs in the clerk's department. There is a fee for filing an appeal.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. Commissioners, thank you. We always get to the right, we always get to the end, but it takes a while sometimes. Okay. Next application is for 22 South Santa Cruz Avenue, Suite A, conditional use permit U-07-14, requesting approval for a personal service business in conjunction with an existing retail store, Mison. And Commissioner Kane?
Madam Chair, I'll be recusing myself from this application.
Okay. You can wait in the Valentine room. Yes, with the cookies. Okay. Do I have the applicant here?
Excuse me, before, can I ask a question of staff first?
You certainly can. If you have questions, is this a clarification for the application?
Randy, this thing was a personal service CUP at one time?
That is correct. It was a personal service use, and that use was ceased, and most recently was a retail use.
Right now, when the CUP existed with the property, did it end when it became a retail?
That's correct.
I see. Okay.
Okay, fine. Thank you. And did you fill out a speaker card? Where'd it go? Did you put it up here?
Okay. I thought it went with the land forevermore.
I also have a PowerPoint presentation.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I have a PowerPoint
Presentation?
Yes, I'd like
Okay, would you bring the, you can also, if you need to, you can take the microphone out of the stand. Okay, and then you can use it that way. Thank you. And you are?
Renee Chadsey.
And do you have an address?
Yes, 2164 Los Gatos Almaden Road in Los Gatos.
Here you are. Thank you.
Yes. Ready? Okay. I was born and raised here in Los Gatos, graduated from Los Gatos High School. For the last 16 years, I've been doing hair in Los Gatos. For the last 13 of the 16 years, I've owned and operated and started Tangle's Hair Salon on 22 South Santa Cruz Avenue, which I also expanded into 28. I'm sorry, not South Santa Cruz. That's my new address. On Main Street, 22 East Main Street, and then I expanded to 28 East Main Street. I recently got married and had a baby. So I sold Tangles so that I could downsize and follow and pursue my newest dream in business. My dream is to open up a retail store, which
Are
is...
we waiting for your PowerPoint?
Oh, should I stop?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's coming up. Anyways, my new location is at 22 South Santa Cruz, Suite A, which is right now actually a retail store. It was a salon in, we'll have it up here in just one second. I guess I should just keep going since I only have 5 minutes. The only time this location has ever been proven to be successful.
Would you like to wait and catch up with your...
Yes, I would,
Maybe
actually.
you could fast forward through that.
Okay. There's my location. It's 22 South Santa Cruz Avenue, Suite A on the corner. There's the side. Actually, can you go back to that, Mom? Well, the first picture was there's three public doorways. The front and the side doors, that's the side door right there. There's the front. The front and the side will be for the clothing boutique. And there is actually a back door where I would love to have the personal services. The only time this location has been pretty much successful was when it was a hair salon, nail salon, and skincare salon, and beauty supply. And we'll come up pretty soon here. Current square footage is 980 square feet. Right now it is a women's fashion boutique. I already went through most of this. Here's the history. So from 93 to 97, it was a hair salon. From 97 to 2000, it was a beauty supply with 2 hair station and manicure stations. Then it went on to a jewelry store, and to now, which is a clothing store. Here's my justifications. Space was permitted and successfully operated as a beauty supply hair salon in the past 1993 to 2000. Do you want me to read it out loud? Okay.
Whatever you'd like to do, you have
Okay.
a few
The
more
last 2
seconds.
tenants have not been profitable selling just jewelry or women's fashions due to lack of foot traffic. I do believe, and I know that I can bring a lot more foot traffic to South Santa Cruz Avenue, like I did to Main Street. I have a lot of clients that come in from all over the Bay Area, LA, San Francisco, Hawaii, all over, and I've always loved referring everybody to restaurants and boutiques, everything in Los Gatos. So therefore, that's why I want to have my own boutique, so I can start referring people to my own location. Plush is the name of the business, boutique and salon. It will maintain attractive women's apparel. Retail store displays, it's on South Santa Cruz Avenue. Plush will provide affordable priced products and services, catering to the masses, which I always did with Tangles Hair Salon, which I think there is a missing link in Los Gatos. Let's see. Plush will dedicate more than 50% of the floor place to retail. And Plush will provide easy one-stop services for my long-standing loyal and local clients, which I've had for 16 years. Plush will generate more sales tax revenue in the town of Los Gatos. It will, Plush will attract more traffic business to more foot traffic to South Santa Cruz Avenue, which I do believe we need, so that I can provide more business for Happy Cleaners and my orchid store. And also, I can also give a lot more business to the Los Gatos Spa, because I will not be providing skincare services and luxury services and whatnot. And being that I'm a local, successful businesswoman in Los Gatos, I think I'll do phenomenal. That's it. Unless I have more time to babble.
Well, you do, until you see the red light.
You know, I've ever since I started Tangles Hair Salon, I pretty much raised a lot of people in this industry. I've enjoyed teaching lots of young girls how to do hair and build their clienteles in Los Gatos and all over the Bay Area. I still would like to do that, but I'd like to downsize because I have a family now, and I just want to be in a smaller location. And one of my dreams is to sell fashion, and I think bringing the two businesses together, being that retail is not doing that well in Los Gatos, I think I can bring the two businesses together, and I know that I can make it work so that retail does better. And I can also keep referring my business onto other businesses in Los Gatos.
Okay, well, thank you. Is that your presentation? Are you finished? Okay. Commissioners, there was a desk item, and did you all read it? I had a nod of heads, yes. Okay, thank you very much. So, Commissioner Rice.
How long has the orchid store been there? Do you know?
10 years.
10 years?
Like to see the dates, the exact dates?
No, I was just curious. And that's pure retail in there, correct?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Bourgeois?
Yeah, I appreciated your presentation and your successful history in this town as a business owner. And you said you wanted to pursue your new dream of owning a retail space. So I'm having trouble reconciling your dream of retail. What is the purpose of the personal service? Is it to bring people, is it just for foot traffic, or is that an integral part of what you want to do versus just retail?
I'd say 75% of the time while I'm doing hair, which I love to do and I love my clientele, I'm asked constantly, where did you get your belt? Where did you get your jeans? Where did you get this or that, the other? And I love fashion, and it does go along coincidentally with hair, fashion. They go together very well, and I know that I can do well with the two of them together.
And if I may,
Yes.
so the current space is women's clothing.
Yes.
And Plush is going to carry women's clothing. Could you
Yes.
maybe explain to me how the line is going to be different? I mean, are you be carrying different products? I want to understand the difference in the retail space, because as you're saying, maybe the existing one wasn't that successful, and I want to understand the difference between what you're proposing retail-wise.
Okay. Basically, if you look around the main boutiques in Los Gatos, there's about 3. When you go and ask to sell certain product lines and whatnot, they're exclusives. So I will only be carrying things that other stores in Los Gatos will not be carrying. Being like Bella Rosa, I can't carry anything that Bella Rosa or Patina and whatnot is selling. I think that, like I said, there is a missing link, and I do want to cater to the masses. I want to cater to teens, to the grandmothers.
But how does that differ from the Maison, what they carried?
Misan is a wholesaler, and she's also a designer. So she basically is making her clothes and selling them to other people to wholesale. She is a retailer, but more so she's a wholesaler.
So you think the retail niche that you're filling a retail need in town?
Oh, yes.
But you don't feel strongly enough about it that you think it'll draw foot traffic on its own?
I do feel very strongly that it will bring foot traffic on its own because. Is that it? Okay.
Okay. I have a question. So your line of clothing, are you working with retailers or not retailers, but whoever you buy clothes from, a line of clothing? And also within the same question, you said to appeal to teens and grandmothers, all within 500 square feet?
Oh, yes. My clientele ranges from 16 to 85 years old, and I want to cater to the masses. I do believe that that's what works in the town of Los Gatos. I don't want to cater to just one specific client. I don't think that works 100%.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Sayat?
Should either one of your businesses, the retail or the hair, let me start again. Let's say the retail portion does not do as well as your personal service. What would you do? Would you try and then expand your personal service because that's where your income is coming from?
No.
Okay, how about the flip side? If you find that the retail is becoming successful, would you try and then decrease the number of hair stations you have and try to utilize all 1,000 square feet for retail?
I don't believe I'll have to do so. I know that I will do very well. I know that I will.
Within the 500?
Yes.
And my last question for you before the public hearing is, are you planning on selling your beauty products inside the retail aspect of your store?
I would like to carry one exclusive line if I am allowed to. I would like to, because I know that that would do well. One beauty product line, just hair care.
Inside?
Inside, in the salon part.
In the
Not
salon,
the
that's what
salon
I'm
part.
saying.
Yes.
You're not planning on putting it in with the
No.
clothes? That's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. We'll call you back up. Okay, first up is Terry Hope.
Good evening, Terry Hope, 212 Bella Vista Avenue, Los Gatos. I'm also a business owner in downtown Los Gatos. And by the way, I'm also the proud mother of Renee. You can probably tell the apple hasn't fallen too far from the tree. She's an ambitious businesswoman like I am. I'm here just to speak on, to support her tonight. And I know very well as a retailer in downtown Los Gatos how challenging these times are. And in particular, the challenge of the location that she is got her heart set on, which is on South Santa Cruz Avenue, a full block away from the mainstream shopping area and foot traffic. I think Renee's concept of doing several things under one roof is going to work quite well for her. They're complementary services. She wants to maintain a very high-end and broad line of fashions in the front end, which is the going to face Santa Cruz Avenue and the public, and then in the back end do a couple of personal service salon chairs. This is a complementary way of using the space and have the highest potential revenue to manage the overheads. These are challenging times. That is a challenging location, and I think that she has a great concept, and it would work well if it was approved. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions? The speaker, none. Thank you very much. Okay, and Larry Arzi is our next speaker, followed by Larry Wallerstein.
Larry Arzi. You know, I would hope that we can establish a clear-cut policy on displacing retail by converting it into personal service or restaurant use or wine tasting or photography studios, all these things that have last year taken over retail spaces. We are only encouraging further CUP applications because we continue to approve CUPs for them. We embolden people by our approval of retail displacement to apply for a CUP, which clearly goes against the community's wishes. Our general plan is very clear on this issue. We are to encourage retail, not CUP uses of this nature. We even have ordinances that say no personal services will displace retail. There's a simple solution to this. Put a wall between the two shops. Let her have her personal service in the back. That's as simple as that. That would not offend anybody. We'd still have our retail on Santa Cruz Avenue. You know, we can't afford to lose another 500 square feet, even if they promise to never occupy the other half. This happened with Capelli. They promised to never move into the retail space when they were given their first CUP. But things change, don't they? And they will change at this address, too. As we learned with Capelli next to the freeway, the excuse by the property owner was that this is a bad location for retail, which is simply untrue. There were viable retail tenants vying for this spot, but denied. There are no bad locations in Los Gatos, only wrong businesses in those locations. People seek out and find you if you're good. For example, the shop Persnickety started out at the end of an alleyway that is now a personal service, a very successful retail store that got its start in a very bad location.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none. Okay. Larry Wallerstein, did I pronounce that right? Steen, I was right.
Hi, I'm Larry Wallerstein. I'm here tonight on behalf of Ron Tate, the building owner. I happen to work in the building with him. We're here in support of the request for the conditional use permit. I noticed a couple of things just going through this. One of them is that historically for about 7 years, I believe there were 4 salon stations in the back of the building, and speaking with Ron earlier today, I believe all the plumbing, except for the new backflow that I noticed in the conditions, is still in the walls and in place. And I believe that that was operated as a personal services business for a considerable period of time. So as the owner, we don't have any problems with it. In fact, we support it. We like the concept that the front end of the store, the front entry to the store to encouraging walk-in would still be a retail store. It would keep the same look, feel, and nature that it has now to pull people in. But in the meantime, there would still be some support from the existing clientele of this person to be able to keep the store open, whereas Mizan apparently has had a bit of trouble with that in the last several years. The walkthrough in this area is not as good as the walkthrough is even a block up or going down Main Street. We're cognizant of that, and we'd like to help out the applicant or our tenants in any way that we can at the location. And there's an intangible here that Terry Hope didn't mention, which is there's a certain interconnectedness between her business interest in town and her daughter's business interest in town. A lot of people know each other, and I think that would be supportive, which might bring a little more business into this retail user than perhaps the last retail user was able to put together. That's pretty much all we had to say, and we'd like to answer any questions you may have of the building owner.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, I have 2 more cards. Regina Arvaresian? Okay, thank you.
Hi, I actually wasn't prepared to speak, but there was a question that you had asked, and I think that I could probably answer that. You said that would this business work solely as a retail location versus personal services? I personally think that because Renee is an established hairdresser, let's say she does 15 to 20 clients a day, maybe if she worked there alone, that right there, those people that were there would automatically be looking at clothing, looking at hair products, looking at whatever other merchandise that she's would be selling. So therefore, I think that it would be beneficial for her to be able to be in not only the location for her to work as watching her store and the merchandise, but also a location where she can also provide what she does best at. So I think that by her being there with her existing clientele, going there to see her, it will also provide people that are already there to purchase clothing or whatever articles that she may be selling.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? None, thank you. May I have Shailene Hernandez?
Hello, my name is Shailene, and I am Renee's stepsister. I also have worked with Renee for many years. Most of all, she's been my mentor. She's taught me everything I know. She's probably one of the smartest, motivated businesswomen I've ever met. I've worked and lived in Los Gatos for close to 11 years, and I really believe that her salon boutique will do very well. She's very well known in Los Gatos, San Jose, many areas. All the girls here can probably vouch for her. And they're already very, very eager to see what she has to offer. A lot of us can be not very stylish or fashion handicapped at times. And a lot of us will look to Renee to see what's in style, like me. I will check out what's going on. I just had a baby too, and I tend to lose track of what's going on out in the fashion world. That's why I think that her salon will do great. All of her clients are the same way. They always want to see what she's wearing and what she's doing, and she's always done very well. So, and I also think it's a good location because I don't think there's a lot of boutiques in that area that offer what she's going to be offering. And of course, I talk to her a lot, and I know it's going to be very exciting and fun and lucrative. So that's all.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. I have one last speaker card, and that is Janice Benjamin.
Good evening. My name is Janice Benjamin, and I have to tell you I came down this evening primarily because of only 2 items I knew on the agenda that I had received notice for, and I walked in to what's going on right now, and I'm just totally surprised. because the town, with all due respect, I don't think most of you know, I probably walked in about 5 minutes ago at most. With all due respect to the applicant and the applicants involved, the town is so heavy on salons. I love to get my hair done. I have a reputation for never going to the same stylist because as a merchant in town, I like supporting other young entrepreneurs that I find in the different salons. But we are so over salon heavy. We are so over services heavy. And the issue I would ask you to consider is really, where do all the stylists park? And you have a big burden on yourselves, those of you who sit in these chairs, for the town council and for the planning commission. You really need to really look at what this town represents. Thank you.
Okay, do I have any questions for Ms. Benjamin? None. Thank you. Okay, can I have the applicant back up, please? You'll have 3 minutes for a rebuttal. You have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
Okay. Yes, this town does have a large amount of hair salons. I was one of the biggest and most successful salons in Los Gatos. I don't consider myself going and opening a brand new one. I consider myself opening a boutique with personal services. It's just going to be me with my clientele that I have had for the last 16 years. I'm not looking for new clients. I'm looking for customers, of course, for my resale side. And any of the hairdressers that I may or may not have in there would be the ones that have worked for me in the past and do have an existing clientele. Parking, we do have 8. We're able to have 8, but we do use 4 parking spots. And being that there's only 4 stations in the place, in the location that I'm looking for, I don't think that that's going to be a problem. People are able to park all over North Santa Cruz Avenue, Main Street, and they can walk, which most of my customers did at Tangle's Hair Salon at 28th East Main, and I had a parking lot, which was always full. People parked all over town so that they can walk around and shop during the day and go out to lunch after or before their services.
Commissioner Rice.
A number of the speakers, and you as well, talked about your sense of style and how everybody's going to be drawn to what you're going to do on the retail side. Mm-hmm. Your history is on the personal service side, and you want to branch out. The problem I'm having is we have pretty clear direction from the town council. And this isn't about personalities or people, it's about land use. We have very clear direction from the town council to not allow personal service to displace retail. And everybody talks about how wonderful you're going to do on the retail side, and there's a business next door that has been in the same location doing the same thing for 10 years on the retail side. Why would you, do you have a strong objection to just doing the retail part of it?
Do I have an objection to do the retail?
Well, I'm curious why you're bringing the personal service into it if what you're trying to...
Okay. Well, okay. Is that it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Being that I've been doing hair for so long in this town, why would I want to go rent a space? I don't want to give up doing hair because I love what I do. I love both. I think, like I said, the 2 and 2 go hand in hand together. Why would I want to go pay rent somewhere else in another salon somewhere else a couple days a week when I can pay rent in one location and do the 2 businesses that will do very well together? And the spa, is that what you were talking about?
No, I'm talking about the Orchid Store.
The Orchid Store? I don't understand. Can you?
It's a retail establishment.
Yes,
it's been there for 10 years, and obviously it's still there. So it's got to be doing something right. Mm-hmm. I'm concerned about displacing retail space with personal service. I'd be much more comfortable if your application came for an existing salon and you're going to convert part of the salon to retail.
Okay. It was an existing salon, and it did phenomenal.
But it's not now.
Not at
and
this
that's
time.
What we have to deal with.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm please understand, I'm not trying to be argumentative.
I understand.
I've got, if I'm going to vote for something, I've got to vote for something with the knowledge that I can justify doing something that the council has told us not to do. So I'm looking for, if there is any, and there may not be in, right off the top of your head, I'm looking for what's that justification?
For having the personal services and the retail together?
Yeah, for not just making it all retail. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I do know that while people are waiting to get their hair done, what woman wouldn't want to stop and go, wait a second, I'm about ready to leave. My hair looks great. I want to grab that outfit right there. What woman wouldn't want to go shopping before or after her hair appointment and or during her hair appointment? You have color on your hair, foils in your hair, and you see a hot outfit, some hot accessories, and you want to get it. I know that it'll work. I think it will bring more business to the retail. And I do believe that retail has gone a little bit downhill in Los Gatos. I do. And I think that bringing the two together is really going to help.
Okay.
I truly believe that.
Commissioner Bourgeois, did you have a question?
Commissioner Rice covered my question. Thank you.
So I have a question. Does anyone else have a question? Okay. I have a question. Have you done any, this is a very unusual combination, I think. Have you, hair and clothing store? I mean, I've been to hair salons where they have clothing hanging in areas of hair salons. Have you, but now this is going to be more than half, right? So my question is, have you done market research on this?
You mean more than half? The retail is going to be more than half.
Right.
I don't believe that I need to do any research, but in the past, when I had my salon, my 2,000 square foot salon in Los Gatos, I did have independent retailers come in, and it worked really, really well. And people, when I stopped doing that, and even when the new owners came in and bought my business, they wouldn't allow those people to come in anymore. And people were constantly asking. People enjoy doing that while they're sitting there, either reading a magazine or shopping. That's what women love to do that.
And another question, are you the only beauty operator for the 4 chairs, or will you have someone else work with you?
I will be there, and I will probably bring over just 2 people that have worked for me in the past 16 years. And that is another thing, is I've had people work for me for 12 and 13 years, and that's really uncommon in this industry.
All right, so you'll be bringing 2 more in. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No questions. Thank you very much. Okay, commissioners, here we have, I'm closing the public hearing, yes. So I will entertain a motion, questions of staff, and I have a question of staff, unless someone else does.
I'll wait for Mr. Bourgeois.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I was going to make a motion if no one has any questions.
Oh, I have a question of staff. Could I just ask that first? So this CUP will somehow tie retail and hair salon together? Is that how this is going to be conditioned?
It would be conditioned that way, and as we've suggested in the desk item, we would suggest that additional condition that specifies where that salon space must be. And so condition 6 would restrict the salon area to that area shown in Exhibit H, which is the area in the back of the tenant space.
I got a question of staff.
And if this were to be sold, or this business go out of business, someone could come in and turn, could they ever come in and turn the whole entire?
No.
No. Okay. Just we want to be perfectly clear.
They could not use the entire space for personal service. They could decide to use the entire space for retail without the need to modify the permit.
Or come back for another modification of the CUP.
Right. If they want to expand the amount of space used for the salon, then they need to modify the CUP.
Right. Okay. So, all right, this allows that. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Machici.
Yeah, I have a question of staff. A little confused on the so-called town council direction here as far as displacing retail. I don't see this one as displaced retail. In fact, I think we've had some applications in the past year where the retail portion was more significant than the service portion, and we allowed it. If my memory recalls correctly. I don't remember the specific ones. I see this truly as a unique situation here where the personal service is in back. I would restrict putting any advertising on the front that you know, since she plans to do it strictly for the existing types of customers, she doesn't have to advertise it on the front at all. So I don't see this conflicting with the town council direction. Would you comment on that? Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
The council, the displacement language is in that ordinance, which that applies to restaurants. The findings for denial that the council adopted for personal service don't include the language or the finding about displacement of
Okay,
retail.
so it doesn't apply to this specific one.
Right.
Okay. I just want to make sure of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, now I will entertain a motion.
I'm going to make a couple quick comments and then a
Commissioner
motion.
Bourgeois, yes.
Thank you. We've had a lot of these applications come before us recently, and I'm usually on the fence with these. But what I hear is someone who I believe is going to have a very successful business. And I've heard her state that the retail can stand on its own successfully. And that would be my preference. So because of that reason, and I struggle with this loss of retail space to personal service, we all struggle with it quite a bit. But in this case, because I think you're very likely going to be successful with what you've proposed just with the retail component, I'm going to make a motion to deny the conditional use permit 07-014, and as required by section 2920-190B of the town code, I'm going to deny this UP for personal service business, that it will detract from the existing balance and diversity of businesses in the commercial district, the fact that we do have quite an abundance of personal service already in the CBD.
I will second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to deny conditional use permit U-07-14, and a second as well. Any discussion, commissioners?
I've already voiced my opinion. I'm not going to be supporting the motion. I think this is really unique. I think it will enhance the retail business, not detract from it. I don't think the retail business on its own will do better. I think it will do better with the hair salon and back. So I will not support the motion.
Commissioner Sayok? No, go ahead.
I think I am also going to, let me make sure, not support the motion, just because the demographics that you're talking about the women that are looking to find unique shopping experiences in town, I completely agree with that. And because the way the conditions of approval are, where the storefront facing Santa Cruz would be completely retail, at least I feel comfortable that that would bring foot traffic to the area that I don't think is already there. And for that reason, I would probably deny the motion.
Guess what?
I have a phone call. No, I'm. This is a really toughie. It's in a place in our town that traditionally doesn't have a lot of foot traffic, although the spa does bring some foot traffic there. I think the concept, what I support about the concept is that even though it's a salon, at least the retail is the larger portion of it. So I'm going to call the question, and all of those in favor of supporting the motion, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Nay. 3-2.
So it's 3-2 on a motion to deny, so another motion is should be entertained because you have to act on the application.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I make a motion to approve the request for conditional use permit, am I on the right one? Yeah, U07014, is required, requesting approval for a portion of a business to be personal service in conjunction with an existing retail business, a smaller portion, as required by Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act as adopted by the town. This project is categorically exempt. As required by Section 29-20-190 of the Town Code for granting a conditional use permit, the deciding body on the basis of the evidence submitted at the hearing may grant a conditional use permit when specifically authorized by the provisions of this chapter if it finds that. And I find that the proposed use of the property is essential and desirable public convenience or welfare. I think it does offer a convenience to women shopping for clothes or women having their hair done to be able to shop for clothes. My wife would love it, in fact. The proposed use will not impair the integrity and character of the zone. I see no change at all in that. The proposed use would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare. And the proposed use of the property is in harmony with the various elements or objectives of the Los Gatos General Plan and the purposes of the Town Code. That the work proposed is consistent with the redevelopment plan for the Los Gatos redevelopment project area of Section 4B.
Thank you.
Do I have a
And
second?
do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of conditional use permit U-07-14. Commissioner Rice.
I won't be supporting the motion. While I think it's a great business plan and it's it's maybe the right business, it's the wrong location for that business.
Okay. Commissioner Bourgeois, do you have a comment? No? All right. I'll call the question
Madam
then.
Chair?
Yes.
Just point of clarification, did the motion maker intend to reference the revised conditions of approval?
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't neglect that.
All right. All in favor of,
My second to go.
all in favor?
Aye.
And opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, it passes 3-2.
Appeal rights. Anyone dissatisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission may appeal the commission to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed upstairs in the clerk department. There is a fee for filing an appeal.
I think we'll take a break. We'll take this opportunity now to have a break of just about till 9 o'clock or before, 5 minutes. right, commissioners, let's start our second half of our meeting. Okay. Next item is 20103 Foster Road Architecture and Site Application S-07-017, requesting approval to construct a new single-family residence on property zoned HR 5 PD. Randy, do you have anything that you'd like to inform us of or present?
Actually, Ms. Bailey does have some introductory comments on this application.
Ms. Bailey?
The applicant is requesting approval of plans to construct a 5,061 square foot, one-story single-family residence with an 872 square foot attached garage. The parcel contains 1.05 acres and is located in the Hillside area, which is subject to the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. The applicant is requesting 3 exceptions from the guidelines. The first exception is that the height of the structure exceeds the 18-foot maximum height standard. The applicant is proposing a maximum height of 20 feet 6 inches. The second exception is that cut and fill depths will exceed the criteria specified in the guidelines. Up to 5 feet of cut where 4 feet is allowed, and up to 5 feet of fill where 3 feet is allowed. The third exception is that the retaining wall heights will be higher than 5 feet specified in the guidelines. A retaining wall ranging in height from 5 to 7 feet is proposed at the northeast corner of the subject lot. The applicant's justification for exceeding the cut and fill depths and the retaining wall heights is to allow the restoration of the perimeter of the site and hillside to its original, more natural state. To accomplish this goal, the applicant proposes to fill the engineered cuts to recreate the slopes, which triggers exceeding the cut and fill limits and a retaining wall height.
Thank you. Do we have questions of staff at this time before the applicant comes up? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Do we know the length of the retaining wall that exceeds the 5-foot height? It's just in the northeast. It's just a small portion, right? I mean, 'cause there's a lot of retaining walls on site.
I'd have to calculate how long it is if you want.
Yeah.
I don't know, about 15 feet maybe? I don't know.
Perhaps the architect.
I'll ask the applicant.
Okay. The applicant could answer,
Thank you.
or the architect. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Did you fill out a speaker card and you handed it to me? And thank you. Mr. Noel Cross, architect.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. You have up to 5 minutes now to present.
Thank you. First, I just want to start off by thanking Sandy Bailey and to some extent Suzanne Davis, who filled in for Sandy when she was on vacation, and also Fletcher Parson. I just want to acknowledge them for what a great job they do. They really are some of the best. We work in every city along the peninsula in the Los Gatos, Saratoga, Los Altos area, and there's really none better. I just want to acknowledge them for being very helpful and cooperative during the whole process. Just to outline our basic points of our approach to this site. One of the first things that's striking about it is the fabulous views from the site, but probably more so is that the sites as they currently exist after the demolition of the college are very austere, and there's really not much vegetation or natural landscape that's described in the guidelines, the Hillside Design Guidelines, which I'm very familiar. I was actually invited by Bud Lortz to sit on an afternoon study session to go over the guidelines before they were actually adopted and accepted, and I understand them very well. So one of the things that the guidelines keep asking for, and is to preserve the natural landscape and hillside and to minimize grading and things. And what we inherited as a site really is sort of devoid of all those things. And so our approach was to do the best we could to restore what the guidelines are hoping to preserve. And so especially on the uphill part of the site, just below the cul-de-sac, it's a steep 2-to-1 sort of very engineered looking slope there, as well as on the downhill side of the site. the same thing happens, and they are actually quite unnatural slopes. And so our whole approach was to create as wide of a buffer zone around, especially along the curving streetscape, all the way up to the cul-de-sac, to restore exactly what the guidelines are hoping to preserve, which unfortunately isn't present right now. So, and on the uphill, on the uphill side, it was, it's a north-facing slope. We are, you can tell by the landscape plan, we're planting several large trees, oak trees and madrone, to restore that oak, north-facing slope oak woodland. And then on the downhill side, the McCarthys were nice enough to allow us to soften that really sharp edge of graded slope there out on the northern corner. And we are planning to plant that with sort of a lower scrub oak, manzanita, 5 to 6 foot high layer of vegetation, again, to sort of recreate and restore the natural hillside that perhaps was there at some time before the college was built and then torn down and these sites developed. Met with Sandy early on out at the platform, the viewing platform at Blossom Hill Road, the Starbucks there on the corner, and obviously the site is somewhat visible from that area. We put up some preliminary story poles, and that became apparent. So we obviously were dealing with a one-story, 18-foot line, and we looked at a lot of different ideas for this house, and believe me, we know that 18-foot rule exists. We did everything we could, but we felt, there's things I'd rather be doing on a Valentine's evening than coming and looking at it and talking to a planning commission. And so I try to avoid, these kinds of hearings at all costs. And in designing the house, we really felt that for the minor, 60 square feet of roof peak that is above that 18 feet, which, by the way, isn't even actually visible from the platform. I gave Sandy a couple of photographs that we actually took today.
We have them, and I've passed them out.
And from what we can tell, that there's the master bedroom roof is visible, and the other bedrooms on the other side, on the western side of the house, are also visible. But there's a big clump of trees that actually blocks the highest part of the house, which is what we're asking for the exception. And so we looked at a lot of options to see if we could bring that height down, and they came at a sacrifice of the architecture, basically, and the quality of the spaces inside, the natural light, things like that.
Thank you. Do you want to finish that thought?
Yeah, actually, and so, our main point really is that it's 1% of the roof area. The 78% of the roof area is actually under 12 feet high. So if you did a weighted average, it's really a 13-foot high building with a few areas where the roofs go up a little bit higher, and only one place where it goes up above the 18 feet. And so we are confident in realizing that the Planning Commission would be able to evaluate this and use their discretion to be able to see that this is really not a big deal. Basically, it's a very minor point.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions of the applicant? Commissioner Mitici?
Do you have any comments on the fill and cut?
Yes.
Question is?
Again, because of the way the site is graded right now, a very steep cut, or a very steep slope down from the cul-de-sac, we are filling in that area above the driveway to, and again, recreate a more natural slope of what might have been there before. And that actually is the place where there's up to 5 feet of fill. But it was really there in order to sort of restore what probably, we can only guess what was there before. And, that's really the only reason why the fill is higher than the guidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice?
As I look at the roof or the exterior elevations, I see one chimney.
Right.
When I look at the floor plan, I see 2 fireplaces.
Right. Yeah, Sandy, emailed me this afternoon and asked me what that was about. There's the fireplace in the central great room in the pyramidal shaped part of the house is a feature inside that room. We put a chimney on top of it because, you know, it's pretty obvious there's going to be a fireplace. The other one in the master is really just a gas-only appliance type fireplace. It really only needs a 5-inch diameter metal flue, which just needs to go up above the roof about a foot. So I thought it was a distraction to create another chimney over on that side of the house when it's not really apparent from the outside of the house that there's a fireplace in that room. The other room, it's clearly we have a fireplace inside that great room.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions? Just Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. I can see you took great pains in going through the Hillside standards, and I think this is a good project. Looking at the planting plan, you really seem to take that native species kind of oak woodland restoration to a great degree, but you have a couple of species in there that aren't included in Appendix A, the cork oak and the luma. I was wondering if you'd be open to substituting those and using trees that are on our approved list.
The landscape architect did all that. I don't know a species from species. I don't know. I mean, I suppose we'd be open to it. I don't even know what I'm agreeing to.
Okay.
To be honest.
Because it just, everything, I mean, right down to creating a native California bunchgrass meadow, I mean, great pains are taken, and then there's a couple of non-native species thrown in. It just seemed like an odd combination, so.
I don't know.
Do you think the applicant would be open to some tweaks?
I suppose so, but without talking to the landscape architect, I have no idea what a luma is.
Any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Sayoc. And then Commissioner Kane.
Could you clarify for me what would be lost if you brought the great room ceiling down to 18 feet?
Well, we looked at a couple of different ways that could go. Actually, you know, again, Sandy emailed me that this was a question that was coming up. So, you know, one option, I suppose, simple option is just to take that skylight off, you know, and lop it off at the top. But I think the point of having a pyramidal shaped roof, you'd be cutting off your nose to spite your face. I mean, I think of I.M. Pei's glass pyramid in the central courtyard of the Louvre, and if the owners of the Louvre asked him to why don't you just decapitate that pyramid, it sort of loses its power. And that's part of the house is the design element. It's hierarchically, it's the one thing. It's the best thing we did, and because it is the most important part of the house. It's where you walk into it, and it's where the great views are from. And structurally also, I mean, the beams all go right up into that point, and they're just below that skylight. And so structurally it poses a few problems too. We tried lowering the roof pitch to what would have to be a 4 and 12 roof pitch, and it just started to look, just not so great. You know, sometimes it's hard for an architect to define, you know, and say in words what it is that, but if it doesn't look good, it just doesn't look good. And it started to look kind of tract housey, you know, like very mundane.
Follow-up question. So you were trying to introduce an architectural detail to make the house in style-wise stand out, or
not so much
be
stand
unique?
out.
Not stand out, but be unique.
Yeah, yes. Obviously, I want to make my client happy, and this is a feature that they'd seen from an interior point of view that they really wanted, and we you know, aimed to please. And in analyzing the actual size of the building of that room in terms of horizontal dimensions and what our appropriate wall height would be and the roof pitch, believe me, we looked at this long and hard because you know, like I said, coming to a planning commission meeting is not, you know, if we could avoid it, you know, I would almost always advise my clients to do that. But we felt it was very important for the proportions of the interior space, and again, such a minor transgression, you know, just, you know, 30 inches, 60 square feet, less than 1% of the whole roof area.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have any other questions? Commissioner Kane.
Of course, I like the design. I think it's in the main respectful of the hillside. No pools, no tennis courts, no gazebos, no lookout stations, no cellars. There's a question coming. I appreciate what you've done, and I appreciate the journey to get where you are, that it took some give and take with the planning department. One of my concerns about the hillside is the elective use of walls. Robert Frost was sarcastic about good walls good neighbors make. I'm working on it, I'm setting them up here. They don't like it when I go on, but what I'm trying to do is articulate my concern, and that it's a serious concern with the walls, especially if they're elective. And if you are restoring the natural topography of the terrain into a rolling hillside, why does that rolling hillside have to be broken up by a 7-foot drop? I don't see that as a rolling hillside.
Right. You're talking about the retaining wall on the east side?
Yes.
Property line that shares with the other property right next to it. Yeah, that's there to, there's again another sort of almost artificial, there's two planes of those two sites next to each other. Then there's just this sort of artificial slope in between, and really that wall is there just to sort of, it's going to be heavily planted on the uphill side of the wall. And so our intention is that really you don't see any of these walls from off-site. Once these plants and trees and bushes mature in a few years, I think it's going to be hard-pressed to see any of these walls.
You think I'm not going to be able to see a 7-foot wall?
Not from off-site, not from the street especially, because of even the big curving wall on the street side will be obscured completely by all the brush in front of it. And so from there, it's going to be, at that vantage point, your ability to see that 7-foot wall on the far side of the property would be almost impossible. The sightlines would prohibit your ability to see it. Once you start to get up high enough on the road and look across, again, the house starts to get in the way of you being able to see.
Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't. As I said, I like the house, but the landscape plan L-1.0 has black lines around the whole property, and I've asked staff if in fact these are walls and fences, and the answer was yes. And I'm trying to make my point that walls and fences are not the friend of the hillside, and the entire property is surrounded by them. And the verb that's in the application is some of this needs to be justified. How do we justify making this look like a compound?
Well, like I said, I don't think you're going to see any of these. Once the vegetation grows out, you really won't perceive that there's walls, because you can't see them. You won't see them, especially around the street side. The vegetation was designed specifically to prevent people from seeing into the site.
I'll take that into consideration. And
excuse me. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. May I ask another
I'll give that some thought. But I guess the other thing is that they are made out of a rough stone. There's planting on uphill and downhill from them, and so eventually they'll inure themselves into the site, by planting growing up and over them.
I just want to point out that I heard what you said, and the hillside standards don't include any guidance on whether or not I can see them. I want to ask you, if I may, about reflectivity. I've studied the plan at great length and talked to people as I'm lawfully allowed to. And all of the sites on that land are going to be seen from down below. There will be visibility. So it's with respect to that visibility that I'm asking you if the stated intentions regarding reflectivity don't bear out with respect to the 20-foot ventilator, which I'm sort of comfortable with, or with the amount of glass being used that's supposed to be shielded by upward growth and downward overhang. If that doesn't pan out, and if in fact we have daytime glare and nighttime beacons, could we put in the record when we get around to deciding this question that there would be a form of reasonable redress, that some sort of correction can be made, that we're not going to be stuck with 4 beacons in the night?
Yeah, what that would be, I don't know.
But you said yes.
Well, I suppose, again, I don't know what that would be. The predominance of the glass that you can see from the valley floor is north facing, so the sun hitting that, I don't see it happening.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you, and then we shouldn't be concerned about a reasonable accommodation if for whatever reason it doesn't work out, because there's a high likelihood that it would work out.
Yeah, I suppose I was, listening to one part of your, I don't think we need anything at all. We have long overhangs. The sun hitting those, you're going to get a little bit in early morning in June, and perhaps a little bit in the afternoon in June, and very little glass or very little sun is going to actually hit that glass on the downhill side. On the south side, which is facing against the hill, the overhangs are even longer and there's more trees, and so I think we're not going to have a problem with glare. I heard the question from Sandy, and I was actually stumped for quite a while. I don't understand the question.
But if we did, we could take a second look at it.
Sure. I mean, but yes, and again, I don't know that we
Yes
will.
is good.
Yeah.
It's reasonable. Nobody wants beacons, and if there's a way we can correct it, I'm just looking to get that on the record.
Do you have another question? Okay, and then Commissioner Bourgeois will take you. Did you have a follow-up to this reflectivity question, though?
I had a follow-up to his previous line of questioning, so I'll just wait till Commissioner Kane's
Thank
done.
you. I'm sorry, I did not see that. Thank you.
I noticed the same thing Commissioner Rice did on the fireplace in the bedroom and presumed it was gas, and now you're saying it is gas. By omission, then, does that mean the fireplace in the great room is wood burning?
No, actually, I met with Anthony Giassi, a building department, and talked to him about the fireplace. They want a large-looking fireplace. We know we can't do a wood-burning fireplace unless it's an EPA Phase 2 rated. We know that. And what we wanted to build was a larger box, if it was with gas only, and fake logs, and a glass front.
Both fireplaces are gas only?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thanks. I'd like to follow up. I think I have a couple questions that may clarify for Commissioner Kane the issue of the walls.
Okay.
So the way I understand the purpose of the walls, and correct me if I'm wrong, is so that you can place fill on one side and or cut on the other side to restore some natural topography, so you don't have this 2-to-1 slope, flat pad, 2-to-1 slope.
Exactly.
So what is it going to look like from standing at one of these walls? Is there going to be a height differential of the wall on one side versus the other because there's fill on one side? Is that how it's going to work, or?
Yeah, well, it's different in
different spots, right?
Yeah.
So let's take that arc along the road.
Okay, yeah. So that arc, it starts at the sort of closest part to the road to that circle up there. It's probably a foot high, and as it goes out and goes out over closest to the road, that's where it's that 5 foot high. And on the inside of the wall, inside the wall, we were filling just about 2 feet in there to get that, because the hill starts to go off there. And like I said, I think it's probably guessing at about 15 feet of lineal that one spot. But again, on the downhill side, there's a bunch of plants in front of it, and eventually you'll never really see the wall. You might get glimpses of it here and there. But
Are any of these retaining walls load-bearing? I mean, is fill going to be placed up against to create slope?
Certainly on the east side, up against the neighboring property that's about 10 feet higher.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey, are you putting that L10, what is it, L1010? Or 1.0? Are you putting that up right now that we could look at it? Well, okay, we'll wait for you. I think it's important that we see this.
Joel, you need to change the input down below.
Thank you, Mr. Suet. Mr. Cross, when that is up and working,
I could go over there and bring the microphone with me.
we might have you do that. But in the minute, what I'd like you to do is, would you mind? I think it would help all of us if you could just go around on the drawing and show us on the property what the how that all is going to look as far as elevation, height.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Do we think we're going to have a problem, and maybe we should ask Mr. Cross to come up to the wall? Why don't you come on up to the wall? And I have a pen you can use.
Thank you.
Oh, you have one?
Okay, well, we'll start at this point here. This is the curving wall. Again, it's about a foot high here. From the inside, it's really a curb, maybe 6 inches, 8 inches high from this side. We're filling a small area right here. It actually shows a little better on this plan where there's several contours that, the hill drops off, and we're going out past that drop-off point. So we're filling in 3 or 4 feet of dirt in that zone right in here. And that's where, on the outside of that arc, the wall gets at its highest. So it starts at, a foot high, it grows to about 5, and then it goes back.
To what?
Approximately about a foot high.
And can you remind us again of the material of that wall?
Stone.
Thank you.
Similar to the house. That's on the material board over here. And I did pass around a larger photograph of that stone. And so over here, this is, I think it's 7 feet high on this side. This slopes up immediately, and so the grade at behind the wall is this becomes a much more gentle slope back in here. And again, we're filling it up with plants, and really it's in a sense it's just enclosing a certain area for a perennial garden, and this is really a view garden from inside the house to look into this area here. And again, we're trying to provide some privacy screening here from the neighbor. And so there's planting above and planting below to sort of cut off all angles from this person looking down into what's essentially the master suite. This retaining wall continues around the back. This is all pretty much where's the grading plan? Here it is. This is about a 6 foot high wall around behind, and this is all filling in behind it. We actually, if you look at the grading or at the cross sections, right as we get near the wall, the grade drops a little bit. But again, you'll never actually really see what's going on there because this is going to be so full of plants that, and really one of their concerns was to make sure we could not see down into their property from here, because I have a feeling that we're going to get people driving up here. They're going to get to the end of the road and get to McCarthy's Gate and go, yeah, this is the end of the road. They might park there and look at the view, and so they didn't want them looking down into it. We actually considered for a short time some sort of a walkway access for guests to arrive, not through the gate, through the, we looked at a walkway down through here, and we took it out because we just didn't feel like we wanted them to gain visual access inside. So in a sense, this will appear as though it's the natural hillside, and this will appear as though it's retaining that natural hillside. Does that answer everything?
Thank you very much. Yes. Does anyone have any more questions of the applicant at this time about the fence? Oh, and we got it up. There you go. Okay, I don't think so. And Commissioners, you do have the photographs and also the colored chips of the stone wall. Is that man-made stone that they're using?
No, it's real.
It's real, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we have another question at this time, all right? We have speaker cards as well, Commissioner Kane, but why don't you go ahead and ask your question?
Mr. Cross, you just mentioned the gate. Is there a picture of the gate in our packet?
No.
I don't think so.
Any other questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you, and we'll call you back up after the public hearing. I mean, after, yes. I'm sorry. The color boards are up here, right, posted with the drawings. They're posted with the drawings behind the dais. Okay? All right. That being said, Joe McCarthy.
Joe McCarthy, 20108 Foster Road. I'm probably the only neighbor that will really have direct contact with the Brady residents for quite a while. My house is up above the Brady residence, so I'll be passing it every day. And I'm very pleased with the plan, and we've had a lot of input in with it, along with the Bradys. I always kind of bring this photo with me, Ariel, that for some of the people that didn't realize what was up there before this project was built. And I don't know if you can see it from here, but it's a 200,000 square foot, 6- and 7-story concrete building that was demolished as part of the project to create these lots. I think unarguably it was the biggest eyesore for the town of Los Gatos for the visual impact on the hillside. So I think, as part of this project, some credit definitely has to be given for that removal of that tremendous eyesore. So to replace this with a 60 square foot variance over the 18-foot allotment seems like very amenable. We work with the Bradys on this and realize that there were some grades that need to be dealt with a little bit because of the way the town wanted the lots to end up, and that was reasonably agreed upon. And I also saw in the staff report that there was a mention of some cedar trees that were part of the original project mitigation, which is incorrect, that those we planted way more trees under the original project than were needed, and those cedar trees are planted there just for marking purposes to kind of delineate the two lots. So it's really not a McCarthy mitigation that was required. And I can't say much more. I like the project. I know a lot of thought was going in to the architecture, and I think it'll fit the community up there very well. Thank you.
Do we have any questions of Mr. McCarthy? Seeing none, thank you. Alistair Dallas.
Good evening. My name is Alistair Dallas. I live at 17681 Foster Road, which is not adjacent to this property, down the hill from it by about 400 feet. I'm a licensed non-practicing architect, and I just met the Bradys, or Mr. Brady tonight. I've never met Mr. Cross, but I came and looked at the drawings and then looked at the site and the story poles, and I wanted to come down here tonight to make sure that the Planning Commission heard that I support this project. I'm sorry, I haven't prepared any statement here. I don't have much more to say, just that I know you have a very difficult job and that there are a lot of very large projects proposed in town. I think they fall into two categories. There's people who want to build on a very large site, have a lot of money, and they sometimes build McMansions or kind of ugly, thoughtless projects. Gold-tipped wrought iron railings and things like that come to mind. I'm sure you've seen examples of this. This is not one of those cases. That's what I was very impressed with. It is not reaching out to the view. It's not imposing itself on the hillside. It's not huge and tall. It's not any of those things. It lays back. It is respectful of the hillside, and yet it will be a very nice, very tasteful project. So I thought you should hear that from someone who knows something about architecture and is right on that hill and has been very concerned with what gets built on those sites.
Thank you very much. What? Any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much. Okay, Peggy Dallas.
Hi, my name is Peggy Dallas. I live at 17681 Foster Road, Mary Dallister, Dallas. I was going to let him speak entirely on this, to save everybody the time, but I realized that my experience on the General Plan Task Force 1 and 2 and putting the document together, and then also participating in the many, many years of putting the Hillside specific plan together. I was on that committee. I had a few comments. One was regarding the landscape list. I believe the intention of the list was to give an extensive list of native plants, but not necessarily, exclusive list. That's the only one we can use. The idea was to provide as many ideas as we could. The idea is to make them native, not just on the list. And the other one is regarding the peaked jewel-like skylight that exceeds the height limit. That's a really cool feature. It kind of makes the whole house sparkle and sing, even though it's laying low and resting into the hillside. And although that wasn't necessarily specified in the hillside standards, it was something that was mentioned in the General Plan Task Force. There's something called a serendipity clause, and it relates to things like the little tower you see up on, is it High Street or Johnson or Cypress, sort of up on the hill, just over a little. It's a tower with a blue roof. You've probably seen it, kind of just peeks out of the trees. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I find that delightful. I mean, it's not imposing, it's not, ostentatious, but it creates fantasies in your head, and a little serendipity is really important in architecture. And so there's that serendipity clause if you need something to lean on to approve that. And so that's it.
Thank you very much. Do you have a question, Commissioner Kane?
Ms. Dallas, I've seen the blue copper close up. Are you suggesting they're going to use blue copper?
Well, it's not. I think it's actually enameled or, it's blue paint. But no. But I think it's blue and it's fun.
It is interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the last card is Citizen Ray.
Damned if I'm not disappointed. Nothing to protest. I mean, we've been waiting for the beautiful mountainside chalet to appear, okay? I've been here 6 years in Los Gatos waiting for this creation to be on before you. And wow, here it is. It is so wonderful. It fits all the mountainside design guidelines to a T. Practically, I would say give them a little skylight as a bonus, okay? It's 2 feet over the maximum height limit, but give them a little plus, okay? And it'd be a message to the rest of the architectural world. When they come to Los Gatos, show up with something as gorgeous as this, okay? Colors, though, I'm very disappointed that in the process. The staff has let all of us down by allowing them to come in with a little something posted up on the wall there. That's not how you show color boards. You bring samples of the material, and you stand up here and you put them on the table for the public to see and for the commission to see. Now, you're going to have a house that's almost yellow. It's not, the stucco is, you know, something less than yellow. It's an earth color, but it's going to be unusual. So you need to take a look at that, I would say. Retaining wall. In Arenda, we found out you never approve a retaining wall unless you have the drawings. 3-dimension, okay? We didn't do that one time many years ago, and we got a monster of a retaining wall in actuality because the architect refused to do a 3D drawing, such as we have tonight. The guy is, for his reasons known only to himself, has failed to give you a 3D rendering, and that should never have been allowed by the staff. Are you listening, staff? If you're competent, you would have insisted that the retaining walls be in full display for the commission. And we would have saved a half an hour discussion if you'd done your job. And I am sick of this. No lying, no cheating, and no stealing, as Chuck Reed said in San Jose. Do your job.
Thank you, Citizen Ray.
I'm not through.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Hazardous
Thank you very much.
planting. You've got 127.
You have the red light.
I'm wrapping up. You've got 127 backrests that are prohibited by the town's Hillside design.
Please sit down. Thank you.
Because of fire hazard.
Moving along. Thank you, Citizen Ray. I'm going to have to
It's
cut
a
you off
fire
now.
hazard.
I'm going to cut you off now. Thank you.
Well, do you hear what I said? If you approve this with those backrests.
Excuse me. Thank you.
You're putting in a fire hazard.
Do we have any questions? I hope not. Thank you very much. Could I please have the applicant back up? Thank you very much. I have no more speaker cards.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what to say, actually, at this point. I think the project's going to be the poster child for that neighborhood. I think one of the problems with the neighborhood is people have a hard time visualizing what's going to be there. And I think once one of these houses actually gets built and the plants are put in and they mature a little bit, the rest of the lots, Mr. McCarthy's going to have a lot easier time because people will be able to actually visualize what's happening. And I'm really excited about this, and I believe that the charge of the Planning Commission is to be able to make a discretionary call here, and because I think the project meets the spirit and intent of the design guidelines.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. I do have clarification from you, if you don't mind. I was informed by staff that the colors that are up near the drawing really didn't copy correctly. Is that right? And is this more representative?
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute.
Go ahead.
So tell me, this is the house?
The stone on the house and
On
the
the
walls,
house.
the retaining walls.
Okay, and then I see some other pieces down here.
The one on where your thumb is right now with the red arrow, that's the actual color. That's the same exact stucco sample that the color copier turned more yellow than it really is.
Okay, and this will be what? The stucco, this will be the stucco
The
color
stucco,
of
yes,
the house, okay.
right.
And then the wood? And then-
Wood is, wood trim and beams, and
And this is?
that's the roofing sample.
This is the roofing sample?
Yeah.
This one?
Yes.
It's slate?
Yes.
Is that
you're
what I
holding-
have in my
yes,
hand?
That's it.
Okay.
The other stucco sample was a different shade,
Okay.
and we chose.
Thank you for clarifying that. I honestly wasn't sure what I was looking at here. So would you like to see this again? Okay, thank you. All right. Questions? Yes, Commissioner Kane.
Mr. Cross, you said exactly what I'm concerned about. You said our problem is we can't see it. I have a lot of trouble voting on something I can't see. So I'm wondering, and the commission may not agree with me, so you take this as just what I'm saying. I'm wondering if there's a way we can see with some underscoring of likelihood what the fences are going to look like, and in particular what the gate is going to look like. The Hillside Standard Section 6 site elements shows us what gates should and shouldn't look like, and talks about what walls should and shouldn't look like. And I'm really going to need to see those to give an affirmative vote. I know it's a lovely project. This may be nitpicking. I'm not sure. I'm trying to decide. I'm also going to listen to my fellow commissioners. Right now, I need to see what it is you want me to vote on with respect to those walls and with respect to that gate. And not seeing that is unusual, actually.
Do we have? I think that wasn't a question.
If you want me to vote favorably to this project, I need to see what I can't see. Is that understandable?
I understand, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who else has questions? I have a question about the windows.
Okay.
Because even though you've said the eaves will, cast shadows, I'm concerned about them at night. There are a lot of windows, which is lovely. But could you just talk to us a little bit and explain a little bit about the reflectivity and what kind of windows you'll be using to safeguard against that light pollution at night that we'll be seeing perhaps?
Right,
Because
well,
there'll be other houses that will be coming along.
I think you're asking two different things, because reflectivity is going to only be happening at daytime.
At the daytime, right. I speak both.
And I've been asked that question before by various boards and commissions, and I've researched it. There's some people that were right below a certain property that was going to get direct west sun, and they were worried about reflections. And so I looked into it with my energy consultant, and he says if you try to make the glass, the more you make the glass less reflective, the more energy it won't reflect. So it reduces the performance of the glass significantly, to the point where it's hard to pass Title 24. There's been a lot of technological advances in the glass and window industry, and most of it's to prevent heat loss and heat gain, and it's glass. At night, obviously they plunk down their dollars on this site because of the incredible views. They're spectacular. I don't know what to tell you. We want to see it, and I don't know what we can, other than drawing the curtains at night. I don't know what I can tell you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you. I'll close the public hearing now. Okay, commissioners. The one thing I will remind you of is that the required findings and considerations for 20103 Foster Road architecture and site will require that any deviation shall include the rationale and evidence to support the granting of this exception. Okay, so that being said, if you have questions of staff or a motion, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd like to make a couple comments, and then I'm going to make a motion for the purposes of discussion. Back when we saw the house that was approved on Lot 1, which I did not vote for, I was very concerned about the future of this development. And when I saw these plans, I breathed a sigh of relief. And I hope that this does become the poster child for the rest of the development. And personally, I would like to send that message. I think we do have before us 3D renderings that do show what the retaining wall looks like. If you will look at, in our packet, look at the south, let's see, which view? The north view 1 clearly shows what I'm assuming.
Does it have a number to it?
Yeah, does it have a number, Commissioner?
It's north view 1. It's the third color 3D rendering. So I feel very comfortable in knowing what I'm going to get. It's the third of the color,
North view 1.
color 3D. There's 4 color photos.
Please don't call out
The
from
third
the
one.
audience either. Thank you. It's if anybody has this in their hands, it's the colored
Yes,
photograph.
the third one has a section that shows the retaining walls, a portion of the retaining walls. So that being said, I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion to approve Arkansas application S-07-017 for 2103 Foster Road for constructing a new single-family residence on property zone HR5 PD. I make the findings that this is categorically exempt under CEQA. I believe that that it is justified to exceed the cut and fill depths as well as the retaining wall heights, because the intent and the purpose of exceeding those guidelines is to restore the natural slope on the hillside. I can also support exceeding the height requirement because it is less than 1% of the roof line is above the 18 feet and is in a portion of the house that is not visible from the viewing platform. So I think that minor exceedance is justified. And also, as required by compliance with the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, that other than those exceptions, which I believe there is evidence to support granting the exception, that it is in compliance. And I would like to add to the conditions, however, that the two non-native trees, the cork oak and the luma, that are in the planting plan be changed to native species, preferably those in Appendix A of the guidelines, but other native species would be acceptable with the approval of the Director of Community Development.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second to approve 20103 Foster Road. And do I have a discussion? Yes, Commissioner Kane.
Commissioner Bourgeois, I'm looking at Northview 1. I don't see it. This isn't what we do. This isn't what we typically get for a discussion of retaining walls. The L-1.0. I'm not going to be disrespectful. It just shows lots of walls and I can't see them. I can't find them. This view just shows the house with the 1-foot walls that were mentioned. But it's the back walls I'm concerned about. In particular, in the middle of the great arc, are we creating a pad? I can't, because it's being cut and fill, and the contour lines suggest that's what's going on. I'd like to see those. Did you find, in terms of supporting your motion, did you find a picture of the gate?
No, I did not.
Is it a column gate, gateway gate? Does it comply with
if we added a
Article
condition
6 of the
that the gate would be in compliance with that?
I would be looking for a way to add a condition that allowed a review without stalling the project, because the project is a good project. I just want to abide by the language on walls and gates in the hillsides.
Commissioner Kane, then can you offer a condition?
I'm working on it.
Is this, you're offering a condition?
I don't know.
It sounds like,
I totally lost it.
no,
I knew what I was saying.
Commissioner Bourgeois, I believe, indicated that he would entertain a condition for a fence, a gate.
That the walls would be consistent with what we've seen
capture your ideas
in the drawings. In the renderings, because there are wall elements. It may not be the retaining wall, but there are, wall elements. I would assume they would want everything to be consistent on the site. So I feel like I know what they're going to look like.
I don't, and I don't want to assume anything. All I do is want to have a standard application package where we have visuals on what it is we're supposed to be deciding. I'd like visuals on the walls and the gates, and I'd like to not hold up the process. So I'm looking for a way out if staff can help.
Yes, Mr. Suda, can you help us with this?
For your consideration on the gate in particular, unless the commission takes action tonight to declare that the gate does not need to comply with the Hillside standards, then automatically the standards of the Hillside guidelines apply. But to provide the commissioner comfort, you could add that as a condition of approval, that the proposed gate shall comply with the standards set forth in the Hillside Design Standards and Guidelines and is subject to approval by the Director of Community Development. And then it's a second condition that the appearance of all of the retaining walls and or garden walls shall be consistent with that shown in the approved drawings.
Commissioner Kane, does that work for you?
Thank you, Mr. Suter, but that's a very good idea, and I'm not used to looking at applications with this extensive wall development and with a reference to gate. All of a sudden I see columns and rocks and stones and crossways, and usually we get applications that have that data in it, and that would make it easier for me if that was possible in the future.
Okay, we'll take that. Would the condition work for you, though? Would you like to include that? Commissioner Kane, would you like to offer that up? Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Bourgeois, do we have a second on this, first of all? Yes, thank you, Commissioner Matici, I forgot. So, Commissioner Bourgeois, will you accept that?
Before I say yes, Mr. Suda, you would be doing that anyway, correct?
That's correct.
So this just reinforces what you're already going to be doing.
That's correct.
To make Commissioner Kane comfortable.
I'm being cooperative. I want to see them in the future.
Then I'm fine with the condition.
Okay. Okay, and Commissioner Matici, would you accept that as well?
I'll make Mr. Commissioner King comfortable.
Comfortable, thank you. Okay, thank you, thank you. Commissioner Sayak, you had a question.
I will be supporting the motion, but I do have a question for my fellow commissioners or for staff. In the original ordinance 2088 that I guess that allowed the development, there is a condition of approval, number 43, on grading moratorium. Is that something that we would like to include into this specific?
Is that page 7 of 12?
Correct.
Correct, in,
And if someone could just talk to me about why it was in there, grading and earth disturbing activities between October 1st and April 15th?
in Exhibit A.
I think we can have Mr. Parsons speak to that.
Mr. Parsons.
That was a standard condition. It's one that the current town engineer still puts in, but he goes on a case-by-case basis on whether to apply it or not. And so depending on the site and where we are in the construction schedule, we could shut somebody down or allow them to continue working, but each case, it's case by case.
Does that answer your question? Okay, fine.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any more discussion points? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. I mean, the motion.
Question.
Question. Is it a question?
Okay.
It's a question. All right. All those, we have a motion for 20103 Foster Road Architecture and Site Application S-07-017 for approval exceeding the guidelines. However, that they will be exceeded, but that they're using to restore the natural slope in one regard, and also exceeding the height, but it's less than 1%, which would be our rationale for approving this. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? It passes 6-0. Thank you. Appeal rights?
Appeal rights. This decision is appealable within 10 days to the town clerk's office upstairs, and there is a fee for filing an appeal.
Okay, moving along, Commissioners. We are zipping along. We're right on target. We have item number 4. We're going to take a few minutes to set up, so you might want to stand up and stretch your feet or legs. Move your feet and stretch your legs.
I am. I just want to make sure my battery's not going to die here.
Am I using a PC?
This is actually just taped on.
That's not even nice.
Keep our fingers crossed.
Just don't pull your Dell out from under the desk, okay?
Understandable.
Okay, let's call the meeting back to order. And item number 4 is 23-25 North Santa Cruz Avenue, architecture and site application S-07-45, and a conditional use permit U-07-19. This is requesting approval of exterior modifications to a commercial building and to operate a formula retail business on property zone C2. Commissioners, we will hear this as one application, but when we vote on it, we'll be voting on 2 parts of it, and the CUP will come first, and then architecture and site will come second, just to let you know, okay? Thank you. All right, and you're Mr. Itzla?
Actually, my name is Benjamin Fay.
Okay, did you fill out a card for us?
Sure.
Okay, I'll need it after your presentation. And your name again is Benjamin?
First name is Benjamin, the last name is Fay. That's spelled F as in Frank, A-Y.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so I represent Apple Incorporated. My role at Apple is I'm a design manager within the retail development group. So members of staff, commissioners, on behalf of Apple, I want to thank you for hearing us tonight. My presentation will have 2 pieces to it. The first is to explain a little bit about the Apple retail stores, and the second will be to explain the design that we've come up with for North Santa Cruz Avenue. So with that, direct your attention to the screen. I've prepared a couple of slides to explain about the Apple retail stores. When we looked at coming to Los Gatos, aside from it being an exciting opportunity for us and an attractive location, especially with its proximity to our home base in Cupertino, one of the things that was appealing to us was that we would be providing a core service to downtown that did not currently exist. In that we could provide to small businesses and to residents both the offering of our products, but also more importantly the services that are really catered to specific components of the community. And I'll get into that more as we go through. So within our stores, we provide a store for everyone, meaning that we appeal to really all age groups. If you go into an Apple store, you'll see that we have kids ranging right through to retirees. We're located, and we look to locate our stores where people live. That's important to us. Face-to-face support is also important to us, and I'm going to get into a little later about the people that we hire. We provide expert advice within the stores. That's very important to us. Hands-on training by the people who are providing this expert advice. Also important to us is a test drive before purchase. You'll oftentimes see when you come into our stores that we allow people to sample the products, be it trying out the computers or the laptops or the iPods. It's important to us that they feel comfortable without any pressure from sales, comfortable trying out the products and getting to feel their interfaces and how easy they are to use. We also provide next-day repair within the store, which is a feature that we find separates us from our competition. So the team within the store, I think it's safe to say that the employees that we have in our stores bring us a tremendous amount of referral business. Our employees are exceptionally well trained. We actually train them in Cupertino before they go into the stores, so we ensure that they have the same quality of training throughout. They are hired locally, which is also important to how customers are treated when they come into the store. They have the feeling that they're working with someone who understands where they're from, what their sensibilities will be. We offer full and part-time positions. We also offer meaningful wages. And our employees are non-commissioned, which we find helps in the approach to the customer. So within the store, if you've been in our stores, the Genius Bar represents the core to our service business, which again is vital to how Apple differentiates itself in the marketplace. Our service is probably our most important element in the store. And as a result, or I should say, as an outgrowth of that, you'll see when I get into the design of the store, there's actually a significant portion of the sales area dedicated just to service. And as I say, the Genius Bar is the focal point of that. The Genius Bar offers an opportunity for customers to come in, ask questions about products, bring in products that they have already that may need servicing. So we consider it really to be the heart of the store. Some of the things we offer to integrate the store into the community: classes, workshops, and personal training. So within a given week, we offer free workshops, and these can range on anything from using email to making professional quality videos. We also offer to customers the ability to come in and spend up to an hour with a specialist on a topic of their choosing. So if it's something like you want to get to know how to use Photoshop, you can come in and spend an hour doing that with a specialist one-on-one. And again, I'll show you in the design where we provide that face-to-face training. We also offer significant services that are dedicated to supporting customers after they buy. Our relationship with the customers begins at the purchase. May I continue over?
You can just wrap up, and perhaps someone might have a question for you. So.
Yes. So I'll just wrap up quickly with the design of the store. We know simplicity is the key to our approach, and I know you have the packet before you, and we can get into design later, but the importance is carried through the materials is an honesty in the approach towards design. Our materials are all unique to our store, including the finish that we put on our stainless steel. And the interior of the store, as I said, is divided into our Apple product, our third-party product, and then what we call the family room, which is entirely service-oriented.
Okay, fine. Thank you, and welcome. Do we have questions? I would like you to perhaps address the outside architecture. I didn't see that, and I think that was going to be that is one of your applications, so.
Yes.
Okay.
So the outside architecture, basically the intent is that the stainless steel storefront that we've proposed be in a separate plane from the surrounding architecture. So what exists today, you'll see in the packet on page A5.0E. That's the existing elevation. And if you compare that to A5.0, you'll see that the building we're going into is actually being reduced in width, in frontage, roughly in half from what exists today. So the portion that we're occupying is roughly a little over 31 feet wide, and we have worked to create a proportion of that stucco surround to remain such that it sets off the stainless steel facade. We've also worked to allow the stainless steel to be in front of, and you can see in the plan on sheet A2.0, you can see that the stainless steel portion of the facade actually sits in front of the stucco by 1 foot. So today, the existing building front will be where our stainless steel ends up. In other words, what we're doing is we're pulling the existing front back such that the stainless steel can sit basically where the building front is today, not encroach on the sidewalk any further, but sit proud of the surrounding architecture. Does that make sense?
I'm understanding it, I think. Can you talk to me then, or explain about the vestibule?
Yes.
Okay.
So what we've done is if you look again at A 2.0, we've actually pulled the glass line, which is in essence our storefront. We've pulled our glass line back 3 feet 6 inches from the face of the stainless steel surround, such that the vestibule, if you will, is the entire width of the store. So the 25 feet clear from inside face of stainless steel to inside face of stainless steel is recessed back. Does that answer your question?
How far back is that recessed?
3 feet 6 inches.
Okay, I think we have a lot of questions. Okay,
just to follow
Commissioner
that up.
Rice, yes, go ahead.
So what I'm hearing is the stainless steel is floating.
Floating in front of the surrounding architecture?
Correct. Is that what I...
Floating by a half an inch. What we do is our stainless steel, the way in which we detail our stainless steel is we don't want there to appear to be any visible connections. In other words, it's meant to look as though it's floating. We use a reveal to separate ourselves from what the surrounding architecture is.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. I think that, do you have any, is that the last about the architecture?
Unless there's something you want me to explain further.
Okay. I think we probably have questions. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Yeah, so are you familiar with our fairly recently adopted consumer design guidelines?
Yes.
Commercial,
sorry, design guidelines. It explicitly says don't use metal. So I think we're going to need to hear from you, kind of the burden of proof is on you now to prove that, you need to have metal on this facade. And I've done some looking online at a bunch of different Apple storefronts, and there is a lot of stainless, but there have been buildings where you've gone another direction. So I need you to make the case for the stainless.
Understood. I'm going to approach it a couple of different ways. First and foremost, did you have something else?
Well, yeah, this carries.
Excuse me, what?
I'd like to make a case for our requirement for a 12-inch.
Commissioner Mitici, why don't we take these one at a time?
This relates to it.
Oh, okay.
The frontage, you might as well talk about it.
All right, that's a good idea. Okay, thank you.
The commercial guidelines call for a solid base of at least 12 inches. And I've noticed in some of the pictures, you do have solid bases on some of your stores. The glass doesn't go all the way down to the bottom. So I'd like you to, at the same time you're doing you can tell me about that as well.
Okay, fair enough. Because they are interrelated. So the stainless steel represents Apple's approach currently. Some of the storefronts that we've done in the past, we actually call them vintages. We're on to our third vintage now. Our first vintage featured actually a black aluminum surround, which did have a base. I think the best way, I'll start with the base actually. I think the best way to explain that is our CEO feels incredibly strongly about providing a barrier-free presence to the consumer, such that if we could eliminate the glass completely, we would. Our entrances, you'll find, are set off by the Starfire glass that we use, which is the clearest glass you can get. And the reduction from that vintage A that I told you about, which has the black base, the reduction of that base down to now, which is our standard detail, is actually to recess the glass into the ground plane such that it just appears to disappear into the ground plane, is an effort to address the idea of a barrier-free approach. With regards to the stainless steel, I think I'll start by saying that it's important that the store design reflects on all levels the design that we put into our products and just generally the way Apple approaches everything. So by that I mean its attention to detail and the continuity of materials throughout. So I think it's fair to say that when we opened our first stores, our product assortment was quite different. We actually only had 4 products at the time. So we've grown a little bit. But today, I think it's fair to say that if you were to look at our product line and look at our store, there's a remarkable similarity. The stainless steel represents, beyond a representation of how our products look, the stainless steel represents our approach to creating a unique material. We like to partner with groups that feature ingenuity, such that, in this case with the stainless steel, we actually partnered with a group who created a finish customized completely for us. It's a bead blasted finish that is unlike anything in the world. It's meant to, I think when people hear stainless steel, there's a connotation of reflectivity and of a certain kind of energy and activity that happens in metal. And our intention with the stainless steel and bead blasting it the way that we do is to allow for the diminishing of the reflectivity, but not to the point where it becomes dead. We still want an element of reflectivity to capture the energy of, be it a street front, be it a mall front, but we don't want it to be distracting. We also want it to diminish the amount of light reflectance, quite honestly. The more polished the metal is, the more the direct light comes into play. The last thing I want to say about the stainless steel is, in our current vintage, we actually carry the stainless steel into the interior of the store. It actually is on the sidewalls and the rear wall. So there is a carry-through now that happens from the storefront directly through the glass and into the interior of the store. So I think even more so now it's important that to tie the store together, interior and exterior, that we maintain the stainless steel.
Could I have a question?
Yeah,
And maybe this would help. What is your design process when you come into towns? And I was happy to hear you say that you like to partner with the towns that you are involved in.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful for us to hear as a founding company of Silicon Valley. Los Gatos is one of the founding communities of the Valley of Heart's Delight, which was a century ago. But so we both have very distinctive brands, don't we?
Yes, absolutely.
You would agree to that?
Yes.
And you are very sensitive in how you approach everything. I hear that. But I'm curious to know what your design process was then when you looked at our town and realized that you are right in the middle of a very historic area. Not that anyone's asking you to build a Victorian or anything like that, but do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So tell us how you arrived at what you did.
Sure.
In lieu of the fact that I know you've read the commercial design guidelines.
Yeah. So when we began our process, we actually presented what would be, and I'll go so far as to say mistakenly presented, what would be our typical approach to a street front location. I know you said, for example, that you were looking at some of our other storefronts. Typically what we do on a street front is we take our stainless steel to the top of the street line such that it appears as though the Apple Store is in fact a building of its own. It's an effort to ensure that the simplicity of the store is carried from edge to edge of our finish, as opposed to our trying to blend, if you will, our store into something else. Does that make sense? So,
I hear what you're saying.
okay, so when we presented that initially here, I think we realized, along with staff, that particularly for this area of downtown and along this stretch of North Santa Cruz Avenue, that mass, if you will, was inappropriate. It was to the point where it would be, I think, negatively dominant on the street. I think the character of that portion of North Santa Cruz Avenue is such that there is a scale to the pedestrian that's quite welcoming. As a pedestrian, when you're walking by these storefronts, there isn't a sense of you're being overwhelmed by the architecture, but rather invited by it. So it took some doing, but our return, and again, thanks to staff, our return I would say a couple of months later, quite honestly, was to say, we respect the scale of the street, we respect the scale of the neighboring tenants, and we will bring the stainless steel down actually below an existing datum. And again, if I reference the existing elevation, you'll see.
Which one is that?
A 5.0E. You'll see there's a horizontal datum that runs just above the clear story on Undale. We sort of identified that as a limit, if you will, for our treatment, and we felt that it was compatible in scale to both Vittoria and Undale, and that it represented a good line for us to start with. So, in fact, not only did we decide to reduce the size of the stainless steel just because of its sheer impact, but also we felt it was a much more sensitive approach to both the building that we'd be going into and the adjacent buildings.
So on this elevation,
Yes.
is the stainless steel still coming down the side, the front of the building as well? I don't see it on this elevation.
Okay, so if you go to A 5.0,
right.
in comparison, you're asking.
That is it.
A?
A is,
Not E.
no, A 5.0.
Okay, so I see it there. It's not on E, but it's on A.
Right, E
Okay,
being
thank
the
you.
existing.
And you're telling us that A 5.0A, you've reduced the stainless steel that's over the door in A 5.0E, is that correct? Can you tell me what the dimensions are now?
Well, I'll back up for 1 second. Let me just clarify one thing. So A 5.0E is if you were to walk out to the street today, that's what's there today. Our first proposal, which you don't see here, was to actually have the stainless steel go clear to the top and actually over the top of this building front.
Okay.
Does that help clarify?
Yes. No, I see it now. You know what, I mistakenly was looking at something else. Thank you. Okay. I see it. Okay, yes. Commissioner Machichi. Oh, I'm sorry, who was first? I had my eyes down. This is why chairmen don't ask questions, I guess. Commissioner Rice.
I'm going to ask the question of staff because it'll affect if I ask a question of the applicant, which is the A&S application strictly for this singular storefront? Since we've been trying to, in past meetings, we've dealt with this plus 2 adjacent storefronts. This A&S, is it just this storefront? We don't have to deal with the other ones that we've seen before, is that correct?
That's right. It's just for the Apple storefront.
Thank you. Then I don't have a question of the applicant at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Machichi.
Thank you.
Do you have a question, or you're going to explain?
I have a question.
You have a question.
I'll be drawing pictures in a minute. It would seem to me that if Apple would look for your agreement on this, for the type of service you provide and the type of product you have, do you really care what the front looks like? You put that Apple signature on a shack and you're going to draw people from this town. I mean, is it that important that we have to make this amount of variations to our town? I mean, we want Apple here. We love Apple here. I'd love to have them here. But I'm having difficulty understanding this vision of your CEO. I mean, people have to be drawn in. They're going to come in, right, because of your product, because of the service you offer. That's your drawing card. And you don't have to exhibit that in any shape, way, or form with stainless steel. Is there some other option then that we can meet some happy ground here with?
Well, representing the store design group, I'll try to not react because, of course, I'm proud of what we do. But that being said, it is of paramount importance that everything we do, and this comes from the top at Apple, everything we do be of that highest quality. there is a standard that is set, and I think subconsciously expected, interestingly enough, of everything that Apple does. I would say simplicity characterizes it. I would say ease of use characterizes it. And I would say high quality of design characterizes it. The storefront, if you will, our sort of greeting to our customers and to future customers, is the first opportunity for us to reinforce that or make that statement. Having been with Apple's retail design group since the beginning, I can tell you that every storefront receives an equal amount of attention and criticism. You would think that for a company that's going to roll these stores to multiple locations, you would think that we would reach sort of an agreed upon approach and move rather quickly. Every week we review each store individually, and in particular the storefront approach. And in this case, as you can see, the reduction and the sensitivity of the surrounding is evidence to the fact that we don't want to come across as making a statement that's inconsistent with how we approach things. So,
Are you in any of the walled cities in Europe, by any chance, like Rothenburg or Siena or any of those spots? Do you have stores in Europe?
Soon. Not yet.
Are you planning it?
I can't comment, unfortunately.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Kane.
We're gonna bat heads. You've got your magic retail formula, and I've got my magic town. I mean, you've got a sacred design, and you're in the middle of our sacred C2 district. I appreciate your sacred design, but I'm not hearing a lot of reverence for the C2 district. And indeed, you are in the heart. I'm reading from the book. You are in the heart of the historical district along Santa Cruz from Royce to Maine. You're in the heart. And everything else in this commercial guidelines comes down from that like a pyramid. And there's like 9 or 10 problems in this book, 7 or 8 of which I might be able to live with. First off, the CUP, speaking only for myself and echoing what Commissioner Machici said, has us excited. This is Apple land. We have one of the founders. You know, if you hire local, we've already got somebody you can hire up in the hills, if you know Steve's number. You know, you don't yell at Phil. I'm starting to take it.
Don't take it personal.
I went to the websites and uncovered maybe 50 different storefront designs. And in the text it says, as you are applying for these designs, in almost every case, Apple has been able to convince local zoning authorities to allow them to display Apple logos. In some cases, the boards have objected, and in those cases, Apple has done something different. At least 2 Apple stores with historical significance, the architect had limitations on how the building could be modified. So in Chicago, they did this, and in New York City, we have a 10 by 10 piece of black metal with the Apple logo on it. It just seems to me that I appreciate your opening salvo, and you take your best shot at it, but it seems to me you can compromise. Have you seen the Palo Alto store? That's a question.
Yes, I have.
Is that an early vintage?
Yes.
It doesn't work anymore. Its store's in trouble. I'm teasing you. You have smaller, seemingly kinder designs. And is Ron Johnson still in charge? I know he gives the orders to march on mini stores and Apple retail, but what Commissioner Machici says has to be considered. You put that logo on a tent, you're going to make money. And the C2 needs to be respected somehow, so we have to find compromising points. We will have applications after yours, and we have to look them in the eye and say no, and we did that for Apple for these reasons. So we have a sticky wicket. We want to be cooperative. We want a vestibule. We want a smaller logo. What else do we want? We have to find a way to get there because we do want this to happen.
Right. Are you finished? I think that's all your question is right now. Thank you.
Is that a question?
of
I mean,
Commissioner Kane. Yes, we keep looking for them. Anyway, I pulled them out as much as I can. It's in there. Anyway, so you know what? We do you have anything else that you'd like to answer with this question of Commissioner Kane? And if not, you will have 3 minutes to come back up after the public has comment. I have a comment card.
Okay.
For the
Yes,
public.
I would like to
Okay.
respect Mr. Kane's question. I think what I described before as our first approach, which again is in fact our preferred approach for a street store. We typically do not, and you actually mentioned this, we typically do not compromise our first approach. It's our strongest approach. It's the one we feel strongest about. So it took us some time to get to the proportion of the storefront that you see today. Again, for the reasons I mentioned with respect to associating ourselves with the scale adjacent to us and to the building as it stands today, which, no offense to the building, but it is not as though what's there today is a landmark, I would say. It's fairly it's fairly nondescript. But that said, it has a place here in downtown, and we felt important that it was important that we fit into it. So I wanted to just say that. And then the other thing I wanted to say is you're absolutely right. There are points, several points, which we can go into that have been raised directly from the downtown guidelines. And I feel, and we can certainly talk about them, I feel that we've actually addressed all of them with the exception of the stainless steel directly with a response hopefully that you'll find agreeable. So.
Thank you. I think now we'll ask you to sit down, and I'll have the public. I have 2 cards. The first card is Larry Arzi.
Oh, I get to work on top of an Apple computer. First of all, I want to say thank you to the property owner for his perseverance and patience in soliciting a tenant that fits the town's image and needs. As I said to him outside a minute ago or half an hour ago, good things can happen when you take the long view. For the same reasons you approved Joseph Banks' clothing on Main Street, I hope you'll agree that Apple can revitalize Santa Cruz Avenue as a retail and not a food street. They will add and not detract from our mix, and I'm honored they are considering Los Gatos for a location. You know, I hope you read the last letter that you may have gotten as a desk item, because I spoke about the building. Historically, this property has always been a modern building. Right now, it has chrome surrounds around the windows when Benetton put it in 30 years ago. The windows almost went to the floor when Sprouse-Fritz put them in 50 years ago. This is a modern building. There's not a far stretch between what Apple is doing now and what it has always been historically. So to say that they don't fit within the guidelines may be true, but historically they are a guideline of their own. There's a building on Main Street with the windows to the floor, the defunct chocolate shop. Probably one of the best looking window facades in Los Gatos. I'm sure you know the building I'm talking about. It's been a clothing store. It sparkles. It is one of the best looking historical buildings we have in Los Gatos that was remodeled approximately 1960. So I don't have a concern with the architectural elements, and I hope you approve them without even questioning them any further and find a reason to approve them. I am, though, concerned about the sketches on the building adjacent, and you've cleared this up in my mind that you're not approving that tonight. I don't know what we did at the last meeting, whether you approved the remodel for the building, but I find the architecture that's used on Victoria acceptable in small amounts. It's not acceptable in a larger amount. It's urban and ubiquitous. It is everywhere, and it doesn't look like Los Gatos. Apple looks like what has been in Los Gatos in this location for 60 years. So I hope you approve their modifications. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No questions. Citizen Ray, last speaker card.
Yes, I came in late on the discussion, but from what I heard, I think I can offer some thoughts to back up the community values consideration that I heard. In Orinda, we had all the big players, okay? All the gas stations, all the Safeways, all the business district downtown had them all. And when they came to town to remodel, they always wanted to bring their off-the-shelf advertising every damn time. And we told them, in Orinda, we had our design guidelines that were Orinda's view of the future for the business community. And furthermore, we suggested to anybody that showed up, don't send anybody but the vice presidents, because that's who we want to talk to. And we laid down the law to all the big players. You want to do business in Orinda, you play by our rules, all right? And we stuck to it. And you drive to Orinda today, and it is the downtown community is beautiful. It has that small town feel, the village feel. None of this off-the-shelf merchandising or advertising. So I urge you to stand firm for your Los Gatos values on your design requirements. It's totally appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Citizen Ray. Okay, Commissioners, I'm going to call up Mr. Fay again. If you have any questions of him. Yes. Yes. I was going to go ahead. You can have your rebuttal time now. To anything you heard? Anything you would like to clarify?
I stand behind my statements, my previous statements.
Okay. Do we have questions? No questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Then we'll close the hearing now, and public hearing. And Commissioners, we can have questions of staff. We can discuss. We can have a motion. I do want to remind you of the commercial design guidelines, and that as a commission, we are expected to honor what's written in there. So with that, well, I just want to remind everybody of what's in there. Yes, go ahead. Yes, Commissioner Micciche.
Clearly, and I think you understood from my comment, I'm going to make a comment there that I clearly wanted them to see if they could compromise. I think the evidence presented by Ms. Starzi, though, is giving me cause for reflection here. They are not far off from what's there already. And if it fits a design and the nature of the brand image that Apple is doing, I no longer have an issue with that. I think our guidelines were put together to protect us from, poor material and poor design. I can't say that about the Apple design. In fact, that's what I was struggling with at the beginning, was that the Apple design is high quality and a good look. It just happens to be in conflict with some of the, quote, downtown conditions we've put on our guidelines. So if there is a way of making a finding around that specific guideline, I'm going to look for it. And that's where I stand right now.
Okay, well, look for, and okay, that's your comment on both the CUP and the architecture and site? Would that be both? Yes, okay, thank you. Commissioner Bourgeois?
I have a question of staff. So when we look at the actual retail space that Apple's going to occupy, it takes up part of 2 stores. Is that approval part of the CUP, or is that approval part of the ARC and site?
The approval for the use is contained within the CUP. The approval for the exterior changes is contained within the ARC and site.
But the use of that, the space between the restaurant and the existing store, that's part of the CUP.
That's part of neither. Are you talking about the use that you...
The middle portion that is going to be part of the Apple store, it extends into the second store.
That's part of the CUP.
That's part of the CUP. Yes. Okay, that's what so my concern is we've declined the CUP for the adjacent restaurant use to go into those other 2 spaces. So are we creating a dead space and de facto that especially that space in the back that could only then be used by the, I don't know, I'm just concerned about creating that dead space in the back that we've already, you know where I'm going with this.
I understand where you're going with it. You're concerned, is that space usable and feasible as a retail location or as any future tenant space? Couple comments. One is that the property owner has appealed that previous decision to the town council, so the town council will be making the final decision on the expansion of the restaurant and the request for full liquor. I've had conversations with the property owner about the feasibility of that space. He believes it is feasible and can be usable for a retail tenant in the future, but as I've stated, he is pursuing the appeal at the town council level.
The space in the back, I mean, I understand the space that still has the storefront would be feasible as a retail space, but what about that pocket in the back? Because it would be surrounded by...
It's 17 feet by about 17 feet at the very back end. A2.0. Sheet A2.0.
I mean, if the appeal is not granted and we approve this, then it seems like we've created just this dead pocket that really doesn't serve much purpose.
I think you're right. I forgot about that one pocket in the very, very back area. I think that would be difficult to use. They could utilize it as storage for the for another tenant. That is certainly possible.
Let me also add that the applicant, by making the application, is taking whatever risks are associated with the application. So if they're willing to take a run at it, and they may ultimately have to deal with the question of what happens to that extra space.
You're finished. Okay, thank you. Commissioner King?
Mr. Cord, you're saying we should ignore the aspect of the 2 pockets in making this decision? Just seems to me that we're being backed into a corner by what's obvious. And you're saying to ignore it, but it still seems pretty obvious.
No. What I'm saying is that when this, we know the history of these applications, and they were originally bundled so that you would have dealt with them in a more logical manner. The Apple application first and the other applications after that. Because of factors outside of the town's control, the order of the applications was changed. But all of those applications are still pending. They're still pending. And so you're dealing with just one part of the application. The applicant is asking for this configuration. They're making their best argument for this configuration. And the consequences of the decision regarding the space that is subject to this application concerning any other property is to be dealt with in the other application. So I would concentrate on this space and whether this space makes sense.
Okay. Then
Okay,
follows, Mr. Suda, if this is approved as is or something similar, as you face the building, the undecided space to the right, what exactly would that look like? Would it just be cut and left the way it is? Is that what we want?
Again, that A&S application is still pending, and ultimately, if that restaurant expansion is not approved, the property owner is going to need to find a new tenant who is going to want to do their A&S application, so that matter will be resolved in due time.
But my question is, for the time being at least, it'll just be cut and left to look the way it does right now.
We can speculate till the cows come home on what it's going to look like. It's just as possible that the application pending before the town council, the appeal pending before the town council could be approved, and that the whole A&S will be accomplished within a matter of months or weeks, for that matter. So we don't know. Again, what you need to concentrate on is this site, this application, not another site which is subject to a different application.
Okay, hearing that. Okay, Commissioner Rice.
I just wanted to give my thought on something that Commissioner Kane said about this being in the central of our historic district. Because I find myself, hate to say it, but I'll say it anyway, very much where Commissioner Machici is. If they were looking at changing the outside of the La Cañada building, I would have a problem with that. That building is wholly unremarkable. And I think some flexibility and in excellence in design is first and foremost what we're after. I'm comfortable with where we are with that. So if everybody else is done with...
Well, I have a couple of comments, if I may. You know, I was hoping that we could work, Apple is really wanting to be a partner in our community. I was hoping we could work in partnership with them. And I know they're very creative and all of that. And it seems to me that where design flexibility, where it matters the most in our town, that we're all going to share at some point, that we could work together on that. And I would not ever want, and I would never use the word compromise. I would use the word to be sensitive to where we are and where you are. And I think that there's really work that we could do together on that. I guess I'm concerned because in the commercial design guidelines that we are beholden to, even though we'd like to have Apple here, I am questioning if we can make an exception to that design guideline that says avoid metals. I'm going to first ask my commissioners. Avoid metals. It doesn't say sort of avoid, it says avoid.
It doesn't say they're prohibited. To me, avoid means you try to avoid them. It doesn't mean that you can't use them. It's not an outright prohibition.
You would like to, Commissioner Machici, you would like to ask staff?
Yeah, and I think the word avoid doesn't mean you cannot.
Anyone specific?
Well, I'll tackle that. And I'm simply going to say, because I have my own opinion, but it's really just my opinion, this is language, probably not the best language, and you know, we could go back and try to figure out what was intended when these guidelines were drafted. Oftentimes they're drafted without these factual circumstances in mind, and they sometimes then come back to bite you. So you have to, as a body, decide what it means. If you believe that avoid is prohibitive language, then your obligation is to deny the A&S and let council address the question, because again, this is a policy adopted by resolution. You would be bound by it, whatever it means, and only council by resolution could vary from that policy if it wishes to do so. If you don't find the language prohibitive, then you're not prohibited by council from approving the design, including metal. That's all I can say. As a body, you have to come to that conclusion yourself.
Let me just add one thing, though. If the council
Excuse
decided...
me. Oh, you're finishing up. Go
Can I
ahead.
finish my
Yes,
question?
I'm sorry, yes.
if the council decided that we interpreted wrong, they could change the ruling on this
Well,
finding.
if you were to approve
Based
both
on-
applications tonight, and no one ever appeals those applications, then council will never decide that issue.
All right, we'll leave it to appeal.
Okay, Commissioner Kane, and then I had another comment.
Commissioner Rice reads the CBD language and says metal, aluminum is to be avoided. And depending upon what happens here, town council is going to be listening to our proceedings, and so I want to introduce Ordinance 1843, which we haven't really talked about, Los Gatos Historic Commercial District. And to Commissioner Michichi, I'm going to offer that in paragraph E, section 1, contributing buildings, historic appearance should be maintained, and remodels should either maintain the existing extent of departure from the documented historic appearance, or shall make the appearance back to what it was. It doesn't say that. It says closer to the documented one. Remodels shall not increase the extent of departure from where we were. So, Commissioner Michichi, there is language that says just because somebody else made a mistake, that doesn't mean we have to make one. And moreover, if we have the opportunity to take down the mistake, we can put it back to the way it was. I don't want the council to not hear that provision, or the public to not hear that provision of 1843, because that does allow us to put things back the way they were. In section 6 of that same paragraph E, it says building materials. Original materials should be matched as closely as possible when rehabilitating the structure. Modern materials such as plastics or aluminum are discouraged. So we have a word like avoid. Now we have a word like discouraged. And in the CBD language, it says we are to avoid and to discourage all of that unless there's special brand identification circumstances. So we have a gray area where we can go and be cooperative if we get met halfway and not have to let this go to council, because I think we've got firm language behind us to decide something in this gray area.
Thank you. I would like to add to that comment that the design guidelines, I'm only going to read this one part, say these guidelines contain a clear statement of community expectation to assist property and business owners, blah, blah, blah. But the point is, it's a clear statement, so that's why I'm saying that. And I also would like to say that, really, this is the first time we've had Apple before us, and I think the first time that you've heard our concerns. They're not arbitrary concerns. And I think that I was hoping that this would be a beginning to maybe a refinement where you could be sensitive to what we're talking about and not just an absolute here.
Madam Chair,
You have to correct the record, staff. Yes.
this building is not in the historic commercial district. It does not have the LHP overlay on it. This is in the C2, the standard C2 district, not the C2 LHP. And is not approved 1941.
And the importance of the point made by staff is, with all due respect to the concerns raised by members of the commission, that the provisions of the code related to historic districts are not applicable to this building.
Right. I wasn't actually, I didn't think it was. I'm not trying to restore something too historic that is not historic. That wasn't my thought. It's just that we have a very strong Los Gatos brand ourselves that's emulated and written about in these design guidelines with a lot of thought. And I think it would behoove us to somehow honor them in some way. And so my thought was we could have a beginning, but perhaps my commissioners have something else they could offer that to change my mind. Commissioner Rice had his hand up, and then Commissioner Michichi.
I'll just point out what Commissioner Kane mentioned about unless it's significant for brand identification. And I can't think of a case that I have seen or could see that would be more of a brand identification issue than what is before us right now. So I would offer that for my response to what you just asked.
You think the to rebut you just a bit. The stainless steel is, which is the logo, the stainless steel or the apple? I mean, would it be
Yes.
the same, would it have the same impression? Would it identify the business if it
We've
was
heard-
just the apple?
If you're asking for my response.
Yes.
We heard testimony that they're on but their third, what they call vintage of stores of all the same design, 170 some odd stores at this point. All of them fall into, I won't say all, the vast majority of them fall into three basic design categories. That's brand identification to me. And that's what's leading me to my thinking of in support of this.
Commissioner Machici.
I'm just going to add this one item, and then I'd like to make a motion on the CUP and get that out of the way if we may. I sat in on most of the discussions, as some of others did, on the general committee when we were talking about the specific specification, right?
About
Right. And the intent of it was to come up with quality design, okay? And when they thought of metal, they didn't think of quality, that would represent quality design. I think we've got a different animal here, right? You know, we always have contradictions and ambiguities in all of our general plan and everything we look at. And we've got to make decisions, like making a decision on avoid or discourage when it is in black and white that says no, right? I think this is high-quality design, okay? I don't think we can argue with that, okay? And I think based on the fact that it is a brand image, based on the fact that it is high quality, that we can make that call here. I'm just offering that
I appreciate it.
final statement
Thank
on
you.
it, okay?
Okay.
In the meantime, I'll make a motion on the conditional use permit 07-19. I move to approve the CUP. I guess I have to make all these findings, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, you do.
Okay, I will.
Sorry.
Exhibit A.
In Exhibit A, the proposed use of property is essential and desirable to the public. I think having the convenience of the Apple service and activity here will be incrementally good for the town. Proposed use will not impair the integrity and character of the zone. In fact, I think they'll improve it. Proposed uses will not be detrimental to public health, surely not. The proposed uses of the property are in harmony with the various elements and objectives of the general plan and purposes of this chapter. Hazardous waste facility proposal is subject to California Health and Safety Code, Article 8.7, Section 25199, 25199.14, and shall be consistent with the Santa Clara County Hazardous Waste Management. How do I make a finding on that? What am I doing there?
I wouldn't worry
I don't
about it. It's
think
not
we're gonna
applicable.
I'm not.
Do
I'll
that.
just go along then.
An NA.
Those are the findings. Do I have a second?
Okay.
I'll second
and
it.
Commissioner Kane? Second? Yes? Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, subject to.
Do we have some discussion on this? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Yeah, I'd like to just make the comment that we haven't really talked about formula retail at all, and I think it's a concern to all of us in this zone. But I think that I'm going to support the motion, and I think it's key to note that Apple brings a core service into our town that we don't currently have. It's providing a service that's preventing sales tax leakage, and so I think for those reasons, it's a good fit.
And I would tend to agree with that. Thank you. It's very unusual. Commissioner Kane?
I said earlier I was in support of the CUP, but the A&S is what has me concerned. I meant to be specific that was formerly retail. I'm glad you brought it up.
Okay. I'm going to call the motion. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, and I'll state the appeal rights, even though we still have one more application to go. Anyone dissatisfied with the Planning Commission's decision may appeal the decision to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed upstairs in the Clerk Department. There is a fee for filing an appeal.
Okay, Commissioners, we'll now enter the A&S element of this application. Commissioner Machici.
Yes, to get the conversation going more
Yes.
directed to it, I'm going to make a motion again.
Again.
Yes. I'm going to make a motion to approve architecture and site application SO7-45 And again, I'm going to make the following findings. Okay? Proposed uses of the property are essential or desirable to public convenience or welfare. I mentioned before that the look will draw more people in, that's fine, may draw more people to the town. Proposed uses will not impair the integrity and character of the zone. The proposed uses will not be detrimental to public health, safety, general welfare. Proposed uses of the property are in harmony with the various elements and objectives of the general plan. What I'm saying there is that even though the word avoid is used and the word discourage, I think this is quality design as a result that overcomes those two elements, and it is a brand image that we are dealing with.
And I will second.
Okay, and, well, wait a minute. And I'm gonna ignore-
Excuse me,
I'm gonna
excuse
ignore
me.
number 5 again.
Excuse me.
Okay, I'd like to say that.
Wait a minute. What happened over there? Commissioner Machici, were you finished?
He seconded the first half, I'll second the second. No, I'm kidding.
He was skipping the hazardous waste, and
Oh, okay, thank
I
you.
seconded on
Before.
the assumption he was skipping it, and then he mentioned that he was skipping it.
And subject to the conditions.
Okay,
in the-
gentlemen, all right, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Machici to approve 2325 North Santa Cruz Avenue Architecture and Site Application S07-45, and seconded by Commissioner Rice. Do we have any discussion? Commissioner Sayoc?
I guess I'm just a little confused. So the findings that we just did for the ANS are the same findings for the conditional use permit?
They are, I believe.
The point of clarification, the commissioner should reference the considerations.
I did at the end.
Okay.
You can
Does that
never
answer
make
your
too many,
question?
you can never make too many
Does that answer your
findings.
question? Okay, all right.
I just said it poorly. I didn't articulate it well.
We're going to have to listen a lot more closely, I think.
It was in Italian.
That was it. Okay. Do I have any other comments? No other comments. I'm sitting somewhere out on this. Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois,
Yeah, I'll make some comments, and buy you some time a little bit.
thanks.
I think we're all struggling with the metal, and I mean that's what it comes down to. But I think this is quality design. When I look at some of the storefronts on the websites, and I see what Mr. Fay is talking about the stainless steel going up and above and taking up the whole storefront. When I look at what they're doing at other store locations, and I really look closely at what they're proposing here, I do think they've come back quite a bit from what they would like to do. And I do think it is a much, much better fit, and I think it's going to look nice. So I've struggled with this, but I'm going to support the motion.
Okay, and I'm struggling with it as well, but what I'm looking at, and I'm listening to my fellow commissioners about this, and even though I would like to support what I said previously about our commercial design guidelines, I'm looking at this as a total brand as well, and that's where I am having the real issue is. So, but on the other hand, I was hoping that this could just have begun the beginning of maybe a refinement. On the other hand, looking at the building, I'm not even sure what they could actually do. So I'm thinking that from what I understand, the stainless steel was going to go up and over the building. This is definitely a refinement of that. So I'm going to support the motion. So I'd like to call the motion now. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's 5-1.
Okay, once again, anyone dissatisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission may appeal the decision to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed upstairs in the Clerk Department. There is a fee for filing an appeal. Just for clarification, for the record, particularly with regard to the policy in the commercial guidelines, maybe just a matter of curiosity, was it the consensus of the commission in voting in favor of the application that the language concerning metal in the commercial guidelines is not prohibitive language?
Yes, I would say that that's probably the other tipping point for me. It wasn't prohibitive.
Thank you.
I would find it difficult to believe that the word discourage is prohibitive, and the word avoid is different than there shall be no. So that's where I came down on that.
It was an interesting choice of words.
Yes, English is an
Probably
English
they were looking at the quality.
choice of words, yes.
That's what we were looking at.
And I believe
Kane.
ordinances and guidelines should not be written in absolutes, but I also know what they mean when I see them. And so I did find it prohibitive. I don't want to give that language away without further guidance.
Let's see, if the police said avoid drinking and
I would say, though, that this is a unique situation,
prohibited?
and that's the other reason and the intent of the guidelines. I don't believe maybe took that into
I would understand the perspective that it's unique with regard to whether it fits within the downtown, whether it works in harmony with other buildings and so on. But I was far more concerned about just that language, whether because again, if council gives you language that's prohibitive, then you can't find special circumstances. You can tell the council,
That's true.
we wish we could approve this, and we hope somebody appeals it. But
we don't make law.
correct. But if it's your finding that this was not, you don't have to make the finding specifically, but I'd like it reflected in the record.
Thank
that
you.
The consensus was that it was not prohibitive language, then it does cover
I
your
think I
decision.
stated that as I made the findings, that I didn't find it prohibitive.
Thank you.
You did,
I did.
Commissioner Machici.
I
Thank
very
you.
much did. And I articulated that one.
Okay, moving along, thank you very much. Let's see, do we have any report from
Do we
Community
have to make a
Director
motion to
of?
extend the meeting beyond 11?
Oh, is it? It is, 5 minutes.
We have
the meeting.
just one comment. We have two commissioners that have not responded on the Planners Institute, so if you could just indicate.
When is that again? I had a conflict that thing.
March 21st through the 23rd.
I have a conflict, that's what my,
And the
in
other
fact, I'll be in
commissioners-
San Diego one of those days, but then I'm leaving, so,
We'll look for you.
yeah.
Come on down. Okay, I think that's it. Any other matters? We have no commission matters in front of me? Oh, we do. Okay, Commissioner Kane.
On the memorandum for the Jewish Community Center's use of the soccer fields, I want
Yes.
to thank staff for getting us an answer of 85%. I want to thank whoever asked the question because it turns out to be an outstanding answer at a private facility. Mr. Davis did? Well, thank you, Mr. Davis. Turns out to be 85% is like outstanding, and that's what we need. We need more soccer fields, and they're giving them quite generously.
Thank you. And with that, I adjourn the meeting, and happy Valentine's Day. Thanks, guys.